Good evening, and welcome to this virtual meeting of the Board of Education on Monday, October the 5th, 2020. I am the Board President, Michelle Corkadell. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be, quote, held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act's Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation, and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please pause now for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now, the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to start with a roll call of members since we are virtual. Ms. Hummer?
Oh, here.
Mr. Smith?
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Here.
Mr. Grannon? I don't see Mr. Grannon logged in. Hopefully he'll be able to join us shortly. Ms. Schalheim?
Here.
Ms. Antwine? It looks like she may have accidentally been dropped off for some reason in her call-in. Hopefully she'll be able to join us later. Mr. Gilliland and Mr. Leib are not able to attend this evening and send their most sincere regrets. As a result of the special session being called on such short notice, they were not able to rearrange their evening events, but hope to be able to join us possibly later on this evening. Thank you all for joining us. Our first item of order is the approval of the agenda, item 1.03. Do I have a motion to approve?
Dana,
So
so moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second has been made. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
and Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Thank you all so very much. Our next item, our item on the agenda tonight, our only item, and it's a very big one, of course, is our fall reopening plan update. And we have some special guests joining us this evening that I would like to recognize. And so, Dr. Alata, would you care to do the introductions, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board, for taking time on short notice to get together. And as Mrs. Corkadell said, talk about this very important subject as we get closer to bringing students and staff back to our buildings. So we're joined tonight by both our county executive, Mr. Stuart Pittman, as well as our Chief Health Officer, Dr. Kalyana Raman from the Department of Health. Mr. Pittman is going to begin. I want to introduce him. He wanted to take a few minutes to share his thanks and his support as we move forward, begin to reopening schools. This has been a difficult time for all of us. I want to thank him for his leadership throughout this difficult time. He and Dr. K have just done a phenomenal job of working so hard to keep this community safe. So with that, Mr. Pittman, let me turn it over to you. Mr. Pittman, are you there?
He is logged in.
Yep, I see that. Oh,
I was giving a great speech. I'm sorry. I thought I had this mute button thing down, but I still don't. Well, thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and thank you, everybody on the board. I wanted to be here because you're doing something that's very, very difficult. I've been in your shoes a lot lately, having to make really tough decisions about people's health and about trying to improve the quality of people's life in the middle of a pandemic, and most importantly, about trying to make the education of our kids as good as it can be in these conditions, and their home life as well. And you're doing something that very few school districts in Maryland have really had the courage to do, which is to really try to set forth a plan going forward so that parents will know what the future brings. Teachers will have an opportunity to really look at it and come to terms with it. The work that's been going on that I've observed, and I have not been part of most of the meetings between Dr. Arlotto and Dr. Kalyana Raman, but I've observed a couple. I can assure you that they are being very, very careful. Many have accused Dr. K and myself of being too careful. I think that what's being proposed is a little bit more. Well, let me back up. We before the governor put out some metrics for school reopening in the 5 cases per 100,000 to the 10 to the 15 case range. We had talked in Anne Arundel County about 5 being the magic number that we want to get to, and we've been hovering above that, a little closer to 10 lately, and I know that Dr. Kalyana Raman and myself and everybody really wanted to figure out a way to open school safely, or to do a hybrid model where kids could get into the classroom safely. And the focus has always not been on opening schools, because that's the easy part. As Dr. K always says, it's keeping them open. And we've seen around the country what happens when this yo-yo effect, where they open, they close, and they open, they close, and parents have to deal with childcare in that situation. And that doesn't work for anybody. So when it got really difficult, Dr. K pulled together this scientific advisory group. I don't know if he'll have time to talk about that, but he's got some of the brightest minds in the world who are working on coronavirus, looking at what school reopening has been, how it's been working around the world, and the formula and the guidelines, the metrics that he has come up with and his staff have come up with for you all to consider as you do your reopening plan, make a whole lot of sense to me. I hope that they'll make sense to everybody. So I fully support those metrics and those guidelines. The part that you all have to do, and that Dr. Arlotto and his team have to do, is probably even harder, which is making the decisions about the timeline, when to open and when to close when things get bad, and to make sure, most importantly, that all of the protections are actually implemented. And we've seen over and over again in all kinds of businesses that it's the implementation that really matters. And so I applaud you for even confronting this and making the tough decisions. I applaud Dr. Arlato and Dr. Kalyana Raman, and beyond whatever you do tonight or whenever you do make a decision. I'm not sure what the plan is on that. Whatever you do, the implementation is going to be done by the staff, and it's going to be done by the teachers, and it's going to be done by the everybody who works for public school system. And it's the next step is you've got my trust. Hopefully they'll earn your trust in this plan. And the next step is to build and earn the trust of the people who are going to implement the plan, the teachers, the staff, the people who represent them. And I truly believe that everybody wants to get there, and that we can get there and we can do this. My responsibility isn't what goes on inside the school. It's keeping the community spread with Dr. K from getting to levels where it's too dangerous to have schools open. And we have work to do there as well. But we've said all along that we need to push our numbers down so that we can get kids back in classrooms. And I think that this is a way to do it that can be done safely. Nobody knows what the future is going to bring. But I think nobody is better at putting these plans together. I think we're very lucky that we have Dr. Kalyana Raman working for us to do that. And I encourage you to have a little faith in this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman, very much. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us. I appreciate your continued support and collaboration. And I would agree, Dr. Kalyana Raman and his team have been fabulous. They meet with us regularly. He and I talk probably almost daily, if not multiple times a day and throughout each weekend. But he's been a fabulous partner to plan as we get ready to begin to bring staff and students back to our school buildings. And it's important to all of us. But as you said, the important part is doing it safely. And doing it in a manner that's thoughtful, that's going to be able to, that will be able to maintain schools being open once we open. So with that, thank you again, Mr. Pittman. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Kalyana Raman, who I know has got lots to share about the work he's been doing with us and his advisory, his scientific advisory group, as well as his team, his fabulous team at Department of Health, to help us get ready to begin to open schools. So Dr. K, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlato, and thank you, County Executive. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to really build and share with you the work that we've been doing in partnership with school systems and with that scientific advisory group, and to share how we got there as well, not just where we are going, but how we got there. I think it's really important to be able to convey that both to you and to the public as well. So bear with me a moment as I share my desktop. Give me a minute. So today I'd like to talk about the following things: reopening schools. Obviously, it's the reason we're here. What lies with the school system? What the considerations that we took to produce these health guidelines that we're talking about today. To reiterate, and I know we've talked about this, but reopening schools is recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I think we all are very clear on its importance for the cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development of children, and that importance increases as you get lower in age. We know that our youngest children would benefit by being in school. I just want to briefly touch on the piece of what lies within the school system. Planning, in-school risk reduction and building safety, and the school AACPS has a plan for that. It's on their website. I just wanted to take a moment to note the tremendous amount of work that's been put into that, and that's available for folks to look at. It's based on the CDC, NDH, and MSD guidance, and that's really not the focus of what I'm here to talk about today. Before we dive into the health recommendations, I do want to talk about the considerations that we took into account as we built out these guidelines. that we really need to balance the benefits of getting kids back into school with the risks of school disruption or transmission due to COVID-19. We assume that students and teachers do their best, absolute best to maintain safe practices, but they're not perfect. Why? Because none of us are perfect. We can reduce risk, but we can't eliminate it. And I think that's a really critical point, is that everything we talk about is in the context of risk reduction. There's no such thing as something is risky or something is not risky. That sort of black and white thinking isn't really applicable to COVID. We think in grays. We also know that if one person in a cohort has COVID-19, we're going to assess everybody in that cohort for quarantine. And that's really critical as we go along, and I'll talk more about that. This is a particularly important point. An average of 1 cohort closure per school per month is the most that can be managed while keeping schools open. I bring that up mainly to say that we know that when we open schools, there will be some number of cases. Why? Because there is community spread. Those cases don't mean necessarily that there's school spread. What those cases do mean is that somebody showed up to school who is positive. And then we have to make an assessment of, do we need to close that classroom down and do quarantine or not? If we do need to do that, what further contact tracing do we need to do? There's a real logistical issue here, which is that our staff do that contact tracing and do that management in schools and have been doing that. But when you look across the school system, there are a lot of schools. And the logistical challenges of managing those closures, both for us and AACPS, has to be considered as part of this work. And I think a real corollary to that is that the lower the community case rate, the fewer cohort closures, the easier it is to manage. We also know that virtual learning will always be available, and that's a commitment made by the school system and by Dr. Arlotto, and I think that's really critical and is admirable, because it means that we get to tailor the learning. Families get to tailor the learning that's appropriate for their child, based not just on health conditions in the community, but also for that individual. We also consider that reopening in-school learning is prioritized over reopening extracurricular activities. Once again, that comes down to a couple of things. One, opening extracurricular activities creates additional cohorts and additional opportunities for spread, and makes in-school reopening a little bit harder. And it also requires more effort from our contact tracing staff. The higher the community case rate, the higher the chance of a case in student or staff member. And that cases in school can occur due to community spread. So someone is infected by someone else in the community with no connection to school. And or a school spread. So someone in school infects someone else in the school community. And the higher the case rate, the harder that is to pick apart. So with those considerations in mind, the 4 things that I wanted to talk about today are conditions for reopening. So when different grades can open based on the community case rate. Testing, what are our goals and our availability in the community and school. How we do contact tracing in school, and how we handle cases and outbreaks at school. With the conditions for reopening, we use the MDH, the Maryland Department of Health guidance, as a broad framework. And we work to provide greater specificity by grade level and case rate so that we can have an actionable plan at the county level. I've shared this chart in the past, and I think what's the most important takeaway from this is that they use the case rate, which is very commonly used. And the case rate is the number of new cases per day per 100,000 people. And so it's just a way to be able to compare what's happening in our county with other counties, with other states. And that case rate is defined, that range is defined by Maryland Department of Health as between 5 and 15. And so we use that framework to guide what we're doing. But we need to get specific about a couple of things. So the case rate is one of them. The other is our specific guidelines by K through 5, so elementary school, 6 through 8, middle school, and 9 through 12, high school. And key to this is that cohort size matter. And cohort size is essentially who's in your bubble. We're all familiar with the concept of our bubble. In K through 5, so in elementary school, your cohort size or your bubble is your classroom, and that size is in the tens. Average classroom size is 22. So it's a double-digit number. For middle school, your cohort size, your bubble is in the hundreds. It's your grade level. Generally, the kids can stay within their grade. They are switching classes, but it's within their grade level. In high school, your cohort size expands to your entire school, so across grade levels. Now, every student obviously doesn't come into contact with, any given student doesn't get into contact with every other student. But the number of people that they come in contact with is larger than they would in the middle school setting. So that has to be considered. The other factor is age. So we know that children less than 10 are less likely to transmit COVID, and they're also less likely to have symptoms if they get it. For children older than 10, they're much more similar to adults in their likelihood of transmitting COVID. And so when you put those two together, you see that for younger children, it's more advantageous both in terms of their bubble size is smaller and they're less likely to transmit. We also made a few more assumptions in terms of what we are looking at in terms of what it looks like to come back to school. And one is the AB schedule. And Dr. Arlotto has been talking about this as part of our conversations for a while, where half the class is in person Monday and Tuesday, and then the other half of the class is in person on Thursday and Friday. And this is important actually because it's the model of returning to school that has the lowest risk of in-class spread. Other models of returning to class have slightly higher risks, and some have even greater risks than this AB schedule. So it's a really good way to get back into school. And the rest of these are items that I've already talked about, but I think are key for our modeling. So I'm actually going to repeat them because I think they bear repeating. Students and teachers do their best to maintain safe practices, but are not perfect. And the reason I say that is that there are models that look at what real people do, and those are the models we looked at. And then there's also models that look at what an ideal person would do. So somebody who wears the mask perfectly and hundreds of people who wear the mask perfectly. The reality is that that's a very different world, but it's not the one we live in. And so we modeled based on how we expect people to do in real life. Once again, if a cohort has a COVID case, then all people will be assessed from quarantine. In the elementary school level, that's going to be the classroom. But if you push up into high school, you have a much larger group of people, but it does not mean the entire high school is necessarily quarantined. But it does mean that it is far more complicated to do that contact tracing. I mentioned the one cohort closure per school per month as an average, just in terms of our capacity to manage closures. We also know that spread of COVID will occur both in the community and in school, and that is particularly true in higher case rates. So the lower our case rate, the better we do. So what does that mean in terms of our conditions for reopening? We split our case rate up into 4 different bands. One is case rate of less than 5. The second is a case rate of 5 to 10. The third is a case rate of 10 to 15. And the fourth is a case rate of greater than 15. And in addition to the in elementary, middle, and high, we also had special situations, and that consists of special needs students, English language learners, and technology students who have particular needs that can't fully be met through virtual learning. So I'm going to walk through each of these cases. And I'm going to start with the case rate of less than 5. In this instance, we recommend the hybrid in-person learning, and the hybrid in-person learning is that A-B schedule that I noted. For the elementary school, once the elementary school is in, bringing back middle school, and then once that happens, bringing back high school. Additionally, the special situation students, we recommend they be in person as well. The lower we get our case rate, the better we can do and the longer we can keep school open. So the case rate less than 5 is a fairly straightforward case. Unfortunately, we haven't been under 5 in our case rate in months in our county. So it is a target that we have continued to talk about because it makes reopening schools the easiest to do of all of our case rate bands. When we look at the next case rate, so 5 to 10, we continue to recommend hybrid in-person learning for the kindergarten through 5, so for the elementary school set. And that has to do with as I mentioned, their smaller cohort sizes and the fact that children younger than 10, our elementary school students, are less likely to transmit COVID. If we translate the numbers that we're talking about with an average class size of 22, that means that only 11 kids would be in school on any given day when they're in school. And of that, we expect that a few would not do that, although we certainly accommodate in our modeling for those 11 to show up. And so we're really talking about 8, 9 kids in class at any given time, which is much more manageable. Additionally, those classrooms are generally their own bubble. There isn't crosstalk between classrooms. The next one is the middle school. And this is where things get a little tricky. And you see that it's colored yellow for a reason. We consider hybrid in-person here if K through 5 is in already and is successful, and the cases and outbreaks are not prohibitive. This also means that we would keep middle school open if they were already open, but we would not recommend reopening middle school at this case rate. And the reason for that is that we know when classes and schools go back in, there's a period where there's a potential increase in cases, and it is difficult to manage. And we talk about optimizing our case rate to be able to get kids back into school. And it's for that reason that we don't recommend high schools returning in that 5 to 10 case rate. We do continue to recommend that special situations continue hybrid in-person learning. In the case rate of 10 to 15, this is also yellow for elementary school. We say to consider hybrid in person, so essentially to continue it if it is already open, but we would not recommend reopening at this case rate simply because the potential for going higher exists. And also, as I mentioned earlier, starting school at that time point has the potential to create additional cases that would lead to closures quickly. One of our core principles are that not only do we want to open schools, we need to consider what is required to keep them open. And we do not want to bounce kids and staff in and out of school. And it's for that reason we recommend virtual learning and do not recommend reopening schools for middle and high school at that 10 to 15 case rate range. We are unfortunately as a county kind of pushing on that level every once in a while, and we see actually that today we're just short of 10. And so it's going to take some effort to get us at least squarely into that 5 to 10 case rate range to get that elementary school open. We also consider that in these special situations, because of the additional safety measures and PPE, that the special situation students can come back hybrid in person. And then at greater than 15 case rate, we recommend that schools stay fully virtual. Now, these are conditions for reopening. These are not requirements for reopening. In addition to these conditions, many other pieces have to be in place. As I mentioned, the school system is putting all those pieces into place that they've noted in their plan. These are just the minimal requirements. Switching to testing. Testing is a critical part of being able to get students and staff back in. And from our perspective, we would continue our approach to testing at a county level, which is to make testing available to all students, family, and staff at no cost. We've been doing that in this county since day one, and that's really not going to change. That testing will be available for symptomatic and asymptomatic people. We'd continue to make all existing Department of Health testing sites available. So Glen Burnie, Annapolis, Deal, and Odenton, along with our community pop-ups, those would all continue to be available. But we also are developing new testing sites in areas with Title I schools to increase accessibility for testing. We think that's really critical as part of this is we look at where there's need and supports to manage COVID. And for in this instance, that's the testing piece. And we'll also have new school testing teams to test exposed individuals at schools to facilitate cohort testing. So if you picture a school, a cohort, let's take a 3rd grade class, and there's a student that has a case. Our goal is to send out a testing team to provide testing to that entire cohort to make it easy for them to get tested. Now, if somebody is positive, we do contact tracing, and that contact tracing is a core of what we've been doing for decades, frankly. Our epidemiology staff have been doing contact tracing and outbreak investigations in schools as a routine part of their work for all of this time. Probably most notably with whooping cough or pertussis, but this work goes on. It goes on now. And what's key to making this work is communication. And that communication is that students and staff need to inform the school if they are positive. The school will then inform the Department of Health so that we can prioritize contact tracing for those school-based cases. The way it generally works is that we get a whole list of positives that comes to the health department, and we start working through them one by one. Now we get to all of the cases that come in over the course of the day. But in order for us to prioritize school-based cases, and we will do that, we wouldn't know that it's a school-based case until we call them up. So getting that notification from the school tells us to pull that name out of our list and to send it to the top of the list. And so if somebody is a county resident, so that applies to all students and some of our staff, that's going to come to the health department for contact tracing. We get that call, we move it up our list. But this is where it's really critical. If that individual, particularly that staff member, isn't a resident of Anne Arundel County, we wouldn't do the contact tracing. Let's just say that they live in Prince George's County. Prince George's County Health Department would get that case. And we wouldn't know for another, maybe later that day we would be informed, maybe the following day. So this is where the communication becomes really critical. By telling us, we are then able to coordinate with that other county health department to prioritize this case and to coordinate on this cross-county contact tracing. And we do this all the time. And as long as we know, we can get that done quickly. So that contact tracing communication is a core part of our approach. So what happens when there is a case in school? When a case is identified, we provide supports and for isolation for that individual, whether that's a student or a staff member. And we also assess their cohort for quarantine. And that cohort, their bubble, can be a classroom, can be a work area, typically staff only, but we have in our conversations heard of areas where students might be there. Transportation, or it can be an extracurricular, but this is why we recommend that extracurriculars not come back before on in-person education. Once we make those assessments, we provide supports for quarantine, and we manage that quarantine, and it lasts for 14 days. It lasts for 14 days from the last contact with that person. We will offer testing, but testing doesn't shorten the length of quarantine. Testing only identifies people who may be positive faster so that we can then provide isolation and do contact tracing for them as necessary. And the reason it doesn't shorten the length of quarantine is because if you test negative, you still could convert later on and have symptoms because the test is only going to run positive when you have enough virus in your body for that test to show it. So this is something that we know is frustrating for people, but there's no way to shorten that quarantine length, honestly, unless you're positive, which puts you into a different category. And the last piece is that cases can be community acquired or school acquired, and it may not always be clear. We will always do our best to try to figure out where somebody acquired the infection, but in a good number of cases, we can't pinpoint it. So we talk about cases and we also talk about outbreaks. And so I want to be really clear about the definitions of these two things. A case is when one person has an infection. An outbreak is a technical term that we use that means that two people, it could be students, teachers, other school staff, any combination, have laboratory confirmation of COVID-19, are from separate households, and these happen within 14 days. It's a sign of in-school transmission, but at higher case rates, it can be difficult to distinguish between community spread versus in-school spread. And a key part to note here is that typically an outbreak is identified while the cohort is quarantined. So what do I mean by that? Once there's a case, we then provide quarantine for that entire bubble, that cohort. And then people may, if somebody is going to develop symptoms or test positive, then we have a second person and we label it as an outbreak. But it doesn't mean that they're in school right now spreading it. It means that they're quarantined. So an outbreak is the best way to think about that is that it's a definition of the level of spread, but it doesn't necessarily signify that there's continuing spread happening right now. So that's how we define an outbreak for a class. And remember, that class is quarantined right now. We also have a definition of an outbreak for school. So in schools practicing cohorting, so for an elementary school, 3 or more classrooms or cohorts with cases from separate households that meet the classroom outbreak definition is how we would define an outbreak in school. So if you have enough classrooms where you have outbreaks, then at some point, 3 classrooms for our purposes, you define the school as having an outbreak. In schools where you don't have cohorting, that may be at a high school, may not. It just depends on what that looks like. If you have 2 or more confirmed cases and there's a lot of mixing, then that would be defined as school outbreak. And that's why we know this, Dr. Olato and staff are working really hard to try to define cohorts for a middle school and high school that are not overly broad. And then if 5% or more of unrelated students, teachers, or staff have COVID-19 within a 14-day period, we would consider that an outbreak. So if you have enough classrooms with one person, or if you have staff who are not engaging with students regularly, if there's just enough cases in a school, we would define that as an outbreak. And why do we care about this definition? Well, this school outbreak definition can lead to school closures, and it typically does. So it's a way of identifying when there's enough spread in a school that you'd want to close down the school. That's the broad overview of what our approach is in terms of guidance for reopening schools, from the conditions for reopening to testing, contact tracing, and to managing cases and outbreaks in schools. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge a few people. As Dr. Olato noted, it's really been an amazing and intense collaboration with Dr. Olato and his staff for many months now. Weekly meetings, daily calls, really working through what does this look like so that we can safely get students and staff back in. And with the Department of Health leadership, and I want to thank my staff as well for all the hours that they've put in on this. And I also want to offer some special thanks to our scientific advisory group. We have folks from Hopkins, University of Maryland, and Morgan State who contributed deeply to our guidelines that I just shared with you today. And also special thanks for technical assistance with modeling, which we used to understand what the potential for spread was here. And really this was while I'm presenting this to you, this is the product of countless hours and days and weeks of work on the part of many people. And so I just want to extend a thanks to them. And finish there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Collier. I very much appreciate you sharing all that information. There's a lot of great information there. It's been, again, as you said, a super partnership. We're excited about the possibility of beginning to bring staff and students back to our building safely. We'll talk about some of that in more detail when I get to my remarks, but I think we'll, if it's appropriate, Madam President, that will let you walk your board members through questions with Dr. K.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Dr. K. Greatly appreciated. I know a lot of work goes into these PowerPoints, and the complexities make it very challenging to place into a vernacular that is easily comprehensible. So greatly appreciated. We're going to do roll call order, and I'm going to suggest that the members keep their questions to 2 at a time, and we will make necessary rounds, just like we did the last time you came and visited us. So without further ado, we're going to start with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
Hi, thank you, Dr. K. So thank you for really outlining how we would respond to outbreaks and how we would do that, and how important it is. The cohorting is really crucial for moving forward and for doing things safely, is the size of a cohort and what it would come through. Also, when we talk about bringing students back in school, we are, of course, going to have the same safe guidelines, such as mask wearing and social distancing. There's concerns that with our youngest students, those things are difficult to do, to keep a mask on, to keep them socially distanced because they like to touch people and things. Are there, as you stated, within the cohorts, there's less risk with our younger students because of transmission and things like that. Is there more leeway for our younger students when it comes to social distance and shared materials and things like that? Or is that still as great of a concern even with our pre-K and kindergarten students? That's my first question.
Mm-hmm. So generally, the younger the student, the less the transmission, particularly down at your pre-K levels. I think the best way to think about the leeway is not in terms of structuring leeway, but in acknowledging that they're 5 and 6 and won't be as perfect in their adherence as a child who is older. But we've also found that children that age can follow those directions and can be redirected. And so I think it's more a recognition than, particularly when we looked at this, it's more a recognition that they'll be slightly less perfect than children who are older, and that sort of offsets their natural advantage of being younger.
Sorry, turn my mic back on. The other question is that, so as we're bringing them together, some activities in schools are greater risk than others. So, for instance, playing instruments or singing, what is the recommendation for having those classes, even in small?
Recommendation is to the best of our ability to focus on bringing in-school instruction back first, and then extracurriculars second. With those extracurriculars, whether they're music, theater, science, athletics, whatever the case may be, while we have general principles that we're recommending, there's also specifics. You know that certain instruments or singing have higher risks and lower risks, right? Like a violin is going to be lower risk than a tuba. You're blowing into one, you don't have to open your mouth to play the violin.
Right.
And so there's also going to be specific considerations like that, and the same extends to sports. Same extends to other activities, and so those do have to be assessed on an individual level to provide some tailored guidelines as well.
Well, and just to clarify, so when we talk about extracurricular, I'm in elementary school, particularly when we're talking about that music and band and those things are a regular part of their day. They're not an extracurricular, they're a regular part of the curriculum. And so we wouldn't want to remove those from the curriculum, but you're saying that there would be certain things that perhaps we postpone. We're not going to have the large group singing together, but there could be other things related to music they could do.
Correct.
Lower that risk.
Modifications to classroom activities that will decrease risk.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll wait till next go round.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer.
For 1 second. So give me 1 second.
Okay. No worries. No worries.
All right. It's better.
Okay. Absolutely. Mr. Smith?
Thank you. First, also, thank you, Dr. Kaliana Raman. Always admire all the work your wonderful team do. I know it's not easy, and I truly admire it. So, I guess my question is, after all that fact and data, I really have no questions about that. My question is, I guess a personal one, because there are a lot of parents at home, and teachers for that matter. So my question is, let's say we say we're going to open up hypothetically just tomorrow, right? Would you feel comfortable sending your children back to school?
I would feel comfortable sending my child back to school at the metrics that I shared.
Okay.
So if it depends on the grade and it depends on the case rate.
Okay.
And I think that, and I'll tell you candidly, that was one of the things that our advisory group considered, was not just sort of the abstraction of it, but what would parents do and what would each of us do?
Thank you, Dr. Kaliana Raman. That's my one question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I do have a number of questions, but if you bear with me, I'll call just one multi-part question right now. So there are a few parts to it, and then I'll yield until the next round. So I made a few notes, and first of all, thank you, Dr. Kaliana Raman, for this presentation, but also to you and your team, and Dr. Arlotto and your team, for all of the work that has gone into this. This information makes it, I think, much more, we can see a light at the end of the tunnel and see how we're going to get there. So I greatly appreciate this. So I made a few notes from your slides. We'll be able to get the slide presentation to look at further. I hope that'd be available.
We're coordinating that. Yeah, we're coordinating that right now. So
just want to make sure, because
I'll just interject there.
Yep, thank you.
No reason to take time on that. Mr. Mosier and I are working on that.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I did make a few notes on one particular area that I'm concerned about, and that's our lower elementary students. And Ms. Hummer sort of opened the line of questioning that I'm interested in. But I noticed your first slide talked about the American Academy of Pediatrics and what's important, particularly for our youngest students: cognitive, social, emotional, and I didn't grab that last one. Was it physical?
Physical development.
Yeah, and then you talked about balancing the benefits with risks, and then what really struck me was under 10 is less likely to transmit. So the question is, and I know you're not a psychologist, but I assume you have enough expertise to understand the developmental stages of a young person. And does it seem developmentally appropriate for you that a preschool or kindergarten or even first grade student would come in and sit at a desk and spend most of their day learning at a desk without toys and movement and, prior to COVID, preschool was coming in and going to stations, and so was kindergarten, going to stations and playing, interacting, and getting all 4 of those important aspects of development. So can you weigh in on that?
Yeah. So the idea isn't that they don't do those things, right? Like particularly we know at those youngest age groups, so much of the learning is not, it's just very different, right? They're not reading off of a page and reciting back and memorizing and all that kind of stuff, right? A lot of it is the social emotional learning. They're learning how to learn more than anything. They're learning how to socialize. And yes, you're right. It's not going to look the same way that it has, but that doesn't mean that they can't get that learning. There's a lot to be learned from those interactions, even within the COVID modified space. And that's really the goal, right? It's not going to go back to what it was, but it's not going to be also that they're going to sit there for 6 hours in a row. They can't. To use a technical term, they got ants in their pants and they're going to get up. We know that. That's part of the work of the school system to figure out what they can do within those COVID constraints. And we've been talking about that, right? Like, what does playtime look like for them when they're outside? What does their instruction in class look like? So it's modifications that's really going to happen. That's really what we're talking about.
But so I'm not here, and I appreciate your answering, but I need to envision a little more specific. So in preschool, first of all, should there be toys accessible to students that could be cleaned periodically? And should students be able to get up and go to a station, even if it's just with one other student, to interact and have that normal development? In other words, the purpose of getting up from the desk isn't just to take a break and stretch your legs, right? It's part of the learning environment for these young kids. Is that reasonable? Does that fit within your guidelines?
So yeah, so it's reasonable for students to engage in those types of activities. There's going to be modifications. I can't speak to what exactly that modification looks like, right? Because I think at the end of the day, I have great respect for teachers. They have, and I can't speak to like how they do their lessons. They have to incorporate those modifications into the work that they're doing. And so that's probably better for Dr. Love to speak to how they would execute those changes.
Okay. And I guess, okay. I think that answers that line of questioning. I'll come back. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. It does not appear that Mr. Grannon has been able to join us currently. So with that stated, Ms. Schalheim, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pollyanna, for your presentation. I always appreciate your involvement with our school system, and especially now with getting things buttoned down so that we can hopefully reopen soon. So thank you so much for all of that. I had a specific question for you. It's just sort of a hypothetical, so I don't know, humor me on this one. So imagine a blended family with elementary school kids, and so 2 kids are in one house. Our 2 kids cohorts would have to quarantine, but then the kids at the ex-spouse's house would also have to quarantine as well if there was an outbreak. And so how would that be handled? Because that's 3 different sort of classes. So how do you handle sort of blended families, multiple houses, multiple siblings, that kind of thing? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that's exactly the type of work that our epidemiology staff do. They figure out who's in the household, and with blended families, they have to figure out when was the last time there was contact, what was that contact like, right? If they weren't in the other house for more than a few days and they were just diagnosed, that's one scenario. If they were just there last night, that changes the dynamic. So it's hard to give you a firm answer, but what I can tell you is that this is exactly the type of work that we do to figure out the answer to that. And that's not new to us.
Okay, great. Then the same problem would be if they were also seeing, because in this time we've had to create little bubbles of friend groups to keep our kids sane. My child has
Yes.
one. Without it, it would be a more horrific situation than it is. And so you would also, part of your contact tracing would also involve the people that the children come into contact with in their bubbles outside of the school day, friends, cousins, whatever else is involved. Is that an accurate statement?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this moment, which I know is weird, but let me think on it some more. And again, very grateful for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I'm trying to see, for a period of time, Ms. Antwine was able to join us. It appears perhaps her technology issue has reemerged. So for her and Mr. Grannon, of course, and also if Mr. Leib and Mr. Gilland are able to join us, we'll most certainly try to accommodate them in. With that being said, we're going to go through second round. I'm going to call upon everybody one more time for the second round because it appeared that there may have been more questions by a majority. So starting with that, Ms. Hummer, please. I don't have any questions personally myself. I wasn't forgetting myself there.
So, Dr. K, I did want to applaud your team of contact tracers. My son's in a soccer game, a rec soccer game, someone on the other team tested positive. Within 48 hours, all of our team had been notified. Your team was extremely persistent in calling me until I called them back. And then they texted every day to check with questions about his symptoms. And they followed through and when the 14 days were up, they texted us to say, your quarantine is now up. But I was very impressed with their persistence, their thoroughness, and the hours. I mean, on a Friday, we had been playing phone tag. The message I got was, I will be here till 9 o'clock. Call me until 9. And they were there and available. And we used one of the county sites for free testing, and we had our results back in less than 48 hours. And so when you were explaining how you would contact trace and do things, I can say from our personal experience that it was very thorough and very prompt and very persistent, as I said again. But so when I'm going back to our pre-K scenario, where you said, or not even pre-K, if we're looking at any of elementary, but looking at our youngest students, when we talk about bringing them back in these cohorts, and we're going to have them socially distance and things, but that you don't envision that as that they will be seated in a desk for 6 hours a day and that they can't get up and move around, or they can't be moving out of their seats. It's not, you wouldn't see it. There are ways that we can do this in with safe precautions without chaining the children to their chairs for 6 hours a day. Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So, all right. So that there will be some flexibility there for how they can move around. And, our curriculum does have built-in automatic move things so that we can get them up and moving around and have that. So it won't be so restricted. So, all right. That's just a clarification I had. Thank you. Thank you again.
And I appreciate your comments on the contact tracing and testing. I'm glad it worked well for you. And I think you know exactly how we would do it then, where we'd have cases in the school. It is the same people doing that work.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith, any further follow-up questions?
None at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you again. So back to the to the elementary. So schools that are operating in our county, private schools, those plans had to be approved by your team. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in a school where their youngest students are getting up and interacting at stations, wearing masks and playing with toys. Those plans have been approved, and are you noticing or experiencing any concern for how things have gone so far for schools that have been open? I mean, I know there have been a case here or there. I've heard about the high schools, but is it creating a concern for you?
So we don't approve individual lesson plans. What we're approving is actually broad safety guidelines and how they plan to be applied. And so the individual lesson plans need to adhere to those, but we don't have neither the expertise nor the ability to approve individual lesson plans.
Right.
In terms of the non-public schools, we're actually in the process of analyzing our data. We've certainly had cases in the non-public schools that have required contact tracing and investigation. Some have led to quarantine. Some have then led to outbreaks. It's sort of this funnel process. We're grinding through them. One of the big keys that we need to understand first is how many students were back. And that's really the great distinguisher between the non-public schools and the public school system, is that just the scale of what we're talking about is different orders of magnitude. And so we're just trying to get a handle on what is the number of students who are actually back there to give us a sense of, how we would compare that to the public schools.
Okay. And I have a question I've heard, and I need to find out if it's true. College students who are Anne Arundel County residents and attending school elsewhere, do positive COVID cases happening elsewhere factor into our numbers if they're not here, but they're a resident here? Because
I say maybe.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah. We've had that. We've had that issue. That issue came up more in the beginning of, when I say beginning, when kids were going back to school, and we saw that bump. We saw that bump in late August, right into the early part of September, because they were being counted here, and because those students were residents of here. Some of them were coming back, some of them were not. Honestly, there were a lot of questions as to which county should be credited or assigned those cases. The fact of the matter is it wasn't always clear, and by the time we could figure it out, it was almost too late to figure it out. At this point, it really depends on where they're going to do their quarantine. So are they going to do it on that college campus or not? As a county, we don't really have colleges, right? We have St. John's. We have the Naval Academy, which is its own thing. And then we have our community college. But there are other counties that have many more colleges than we do. And so for us, it's mostly exporting cases, just to be really blunt about it, in early August. And so, our guess is that we were, if anything, going to convert those to cases in others. So we would be counting fewer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so just to clarify.
By and large.
So to clarify, a student today who tests positive, who is a resident of Anne Arundel County, but is attending college in South Carolina and tests positive, and that student quarantines on campus, that will not go into our case numbers. Is that correct?
Our goal is, as long as they're quarantining in South Carolina, they should be counted in South Carolina.
But you say our goal. So you don't have a sense right now of how much, how accurate we are.
I say that because it depends entirely on, honestly, what that student puts down as their address on the form when they get tested. So, or what their insurance card says. So if it just goes by that and then it gets assigned to us, then we have to figure out a way to unassign it. If they put their residence in South Carolina, then it never hits us. So that's why I say that. The logistics sometimes are more complicated than what we.
Yeah, I mean, my experience, most college students use their home address as their residence, even though they're attending elsewhere.
And the schools have figured out how to address that too now, right? Like when they first went back to school, they were figuring it out too. So some of that is learning.
Okay, so you don't think it's inflating our numbers, that the fact that we have students all over the country?
Not in any meaningful way, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I'm not sure if this is Mr. Grannon or Ms. Antwine, it appears, may have joined us, but I'll take probably either or at this point. That has dialed in. I think maybe Mr. Grannon. 410, 491 number. Okay. Perhaps they're not able to unmute at this time. I'll keep that door open for as long as I can with Dr. K. Moving along, Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple more questions. First, I want to clarify something that was said earlier about band in elementary school. It's my understanding that that is all happening virtually because my daughter has band for the first time tomorrow virtually, and so we shouldn't confuse folks on the caller that are listening in or watching elsewhere. That band is not happening full stop. It is, although it's happening virtually right now. I also want to state that if and when we do go back to having that in person with trumpets and trombones and tubas and whatnot, I mean, there are ways we could mitigate against putting virus out there by caps or masks for your instruments. Are those effective? Have you looked into that as a solution at all? Or have you heard of that? I've seen it online, but I don't know how effective it is.
The best thing I can say is that when we get asked a question like that, we can look into it, but we haven't really been asked to explore that particular issue.
Okay, that's fair. And then I have two other little bitty questions. The first one is, masks will be required for all ages pre-K on up. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then the other question I had was that according to guidance from the CDC today, it looks like it seems that just confirming what I think most of us already knew, and that is that COVID is airborne. And so, can you speak to how safely lunch will be handled, given that they'll have to remove masks to do so?
Yeah. So that's so while the CDC has said that it's airborne, we know that. We've operated under those assumptions for a long time. And so the general principles hold for lunch or for any meal, frankly, snacks or whatever. And that's part of the plan around where meals happen, which is probably more important than anything else, right? Not creating a new cohort or a new bubble in the cafeteria, but having kids stay in their same cohort and eat a meal is going to be the key part. Of course, they have to take off their masks, right, to eat. But how long that is, where are they distanced, and where are they doing it, are going to be the keys to minimizing. And that's why I said that our goal is to minimize risk, but not to eliminate it. We can't eliminate it.
Right. So would it then make more sense to have those classes still cycle through the cafeteria where it's a larger space, smaller spaces, less airflow, larger spaces, more airflow? I mean, that's just what I'm kind of thinking of. And then, wiping down tables in between, would that even be possible? Or are we still thinking that it's the safest, the least risky to do it at one desk?
That's honestly, that's up to the schools to figure out the logistics on that. It's up to them to figure out, can they have the movement of students, the time to be in the cafeteria, the time to clean it down. Is all of that logistics going to work, or are those logistics too prohibitive? So it's more a question of how do they manage the logistics within those general principles. So I can't actually answer that question for you. I just know that generally when there's enough classrooms, it's hard to execute that much movement.
Got it. And I think, I'm sure I have lots of questions for Dr. Olato later, and one of them is definitely going to be like, what do we do with students who refuse to wear masks? Would that be an instance that we would then send that child home? And this is not for sort of special needs kids who, for medical reasons or otherwise, couldn't wear a mask, but just the average student in the average classroom. If a student refuses to wear a mask, would that be grounds for that student not to be in that in-person environment? So I don't know if that's for you, Dr. Collier, or for Dr. Olato later.
And that's more a question, I believe, for Dr. Olato, just on how they're going to manage that particular issue.
Okay. Thank you so much. Again, appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. I believe Ms. Antwine is able to join us, and so I'm going to turn the floor over to her. Just give her a second to connect in, and I believe she has a question or two, Dr. K. Just need to give her 1 second. I know she's, there we go. Oh, we almost had it. Click one more time. I think we got it. Just patience, please, everyone. See if we can get Miss Antwine back active again. Yes, we have you, Miss Antwine. You're ready to go.
I keep getting muted. Can you guys hear me?
I can now hear you. Thank you so much for going above and beyond. I know how frustrating it is when technology is not agreeing with you. You now have the floor, and because of the technology issues, I'm sure the members won't mind if you asked, 3 questions and 3 or 4 questions instead of the 2, just to get caught up, because we're just about ready to wrap up. I think we'll have 1 or 2 more questions from a couple members, and that'll be it for Dr. K. So please continue.
Well, I want to begin with this being a public session by apologizing to the public, to Dr. Collier, and everyone on the phone tonight for the difficulties I had. Not necessarily something I could control, but something that happened. No excuses on this end. So I thank you for your patience. I actually have only 2 questions, believe it or not, for Dr. Collier. And my first question will piggyback on Ms. Schalheim's question about the mask. We have students who may have asthma or other respiratory concerns, and that then becomes a medical management. What are some alternatives for those types of students in lieu of mask?
Mm-hmm. So those are individual issues that need to be worked through, typically actually with the so that they can make sure that it's safe both for them and for others. And that's where our school health staff work with students based on those, based on the advice of their doctors. So that's a pretty common thing that we do. So that's that's what I'd say is the first step, and then we can work with that and figure out with the school what needs to happen in terms of implementing such a plan.
Understood. And for students who may not have, especially with the early learners, the childhood asthma may not be diagnosed yet, but it may exist. Are there certain signs that teachers or parents should be aware of, because those students may be refusing to wear masks because of a medical situation that has not yet been discovered? Do you have recommendations for that?
I think that's a good point. If a teacher is finding that student is having difficulty, that's the great benefit of our collaboration just over the years with school health, being in the schools, being part of the school environment, and being able to refer those students for further evaluation. And so once again, I think that's something that we are able to collaborate with teachers on those kinds of particular issues.
Excellent. And then my last question, I have been, of course, reading your website, which is, I appreciate, updated regularly. And I understood that there were some increases in the COVID numbers that are coming into the county, and that you have introduced concerns there. Earlier tonight, you had the confidence of sending your own children back into a school setting. So my question would be, what would be your concerns then as a parent and a medical professional that other parents should be aware of?
So I think just for this conversation, I have a second and a fourth grader. And I answered Mr. Smith's question in the context of I would send my kids back at the case rates that we noted.
Okay.
I feel so it wasn't a blanket statement. It was I would follow the guidelines that we set out. And I think that's really important to remember, is that these guidelines are guidelines based on the case rate and based on the grade level. And so you bring up a good point, which is if our case rate continues to go up, that's going to make it harder to reopen schools. On the flip side, if it goes down, it's going to make it easier to reopen schools. So I think that's the interplay between the community spread and the levels of it and this guidance.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Dr. K. I appreciate your time as always, and certainly all the work that you all are putting in at your office. Thank you for this. President Corkadell, with that, I'm good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It appears we have a couple specific questions. I don't think we need to do round robin again. I do have two questions coming in from Mr. Smith and Ms. Ellis. Mr. Smith and then Ms. Ellis. Mr. Smith.
Do with the mask, because that is a very interesting topic. I thought it was my understanding that masks don't really obstruct your breathing if you do have asthma. I had asthma as a child, and I don't have any more, so that doesn't affect me. But and also, I just want to know, is there any updates on that? Will it still affect your breathing if you have asthma? And the same thing, I guess, for COPD for teachers who may have it.
So I'll start with the asthma piece. If you have asthma and it's controlled, the masks shouldn't affect your ability to breathe. So asthma is when your airways are overreactive and they limit your ability to breathe. I think to the earlier question, if you have undiagnosed asthma and you're having an asthma attack, certainly a mask would be uncomfortable at that point, but that would suggest you need treatment. And if you're stable, then the mask shouldn't be prohibitive. The same thing is true for COPD. If your lung issue is well managed, the mask shouldn't be prohibitive. If for any reason it is causing a problem, that's certainly a cause to speak with your doctor about what is going on.
Okay, great. So it seems to me that now the mask is just a part of the dress code, right? No mask, no shirt, no shoes, no service.
That's pretty much how we think of it, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Dr. Kalyana, tomorrow this board is meeting to discuss more in-depth sports and extracurricular activities because it has its whole set of considerations. Are you available to answer a few questions tomorrow evening on that topic so that we don't get off topic here? Would you be able to do that for us?
I don't know, actually. I don't know for tomorrow evening. What time is it tomorrow?
I believe 6 o'clock. Am I correct about that?
Yes, ma'am. It starts at 6 p.m. We have a closed session from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then we will immediately go into open session. And we would certainly welcome additional input on the conversation, of course. But I'll defer over to Dr. K. Yes, 6 p.m. it would be the time. And he would obviously be placed first unless he had another plan B option, like I can't be there till 7. I'm sure we could work something out. But
think I can make it from 6 to 6:30. If that
Oh,
works.
I greatly appreciate it. Like I said, I don't want to get off topic here this evening, but I'm sure you understand that the science of all of this is a big part of these decisions. And so if you were able to answer some questions for us, that would be marvelous. And I greatly appreciate that. I'm sure all my fellow board members do as well. And that being said, I don't have more questions tonight. So thank you so much.
Okay. Dr. K, I think we have a good, healthy dose of information to digest tonight, thanks to you. And once again, I cannot stress enough how important it is that not only did you share this with the key stakeholder representatives weeks ago to start to digest this, and now coming to the board in its final version to share with us how extensive the thought process has been, the connections with our stakeholders of our group and their representatives, and our representative governance structure, of course, and how much you've been able to share and kind of, we're all in that position, I think, where we have to myth bust from time to time and clarify, because a statement may be true, but its whole is not reflective of its intent. And so I think that's gone a long way, and your continued collaborative efforts with our school system is definitely appreciated. And I know our county executive, Mr. Pittman, appears to have joined us for the duration, and it is greatly appreciated. You guys are welcome to stay and listen in, of course. We are going to proceed next. I would just ask if Mr. Pittman had a couple words. This would be now the time, or any closing comments, Dr. K, that you may have on behalf of the administration. We do have public viewing, and so I will concede any opportunities that you would like to take as a result of that at this time, from either yourself and or county executive.
I'll just close by thanking you for the opportunity. I think that it is this will be a collaborative effort to get our kids back to school, and this has been the focus of ours for months now. So glad to see it moving.
Okay, I understand that my mute may have been on, and I said several things, so I'm just going to reiterate again. Thank you very much. I was just offering a final opportunity for comments.
We heard you, Michelle.
Oh, really?
I'll
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's a little odd because my dashboard is not indicating what is right. But thank you so very much, both of you. And it sounds like you're going to be joining us again tomorrow evening. I do appreciate the flexibility at the last minute of this, but I do know our members care very deeply about making the most informed decisions, and this will certainly go a long way to that when we have that conversation. So thank you once again, greatly appreciated. Dr. Arlotto, at this time, I'm going to transition this over to you for your presentation, and in follow-up roll call order for questions, just like last time, 2 at a time, so we can whittle through the majority of the questions, and then we'll take it from there. So Dr. Arlotto, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you and your staff, who I know have worked so very hard for not just this moment, but in the background every single minute. Thank you.
Dr. Arlotto, you are on mute.
Of course I am. What's a Teams meeting without speaking while you're on mute? It just wouldn't be the same. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Pittman, County Executive Pittman, for spending time with us this evening and offering your continued support along with Dr. Kalyana Robin. So,
Dr. Arlotto, before we begin, I believe I would be incredibly remiss if I did not recognize, and my apologies there, it occurs to me, we do need to, and I think this might be a good moment in time, just so we don't get out of sync and out of our cycle of groove here. Ms. Howe has compiled for the board and has been posted, of course, to the website, a plethora of public comments And so I'll just say that I know our board is receiving, in addition to the hundreds of comments that we have had the opportunity to review since we did publicly announce this last week, this event, and opened it up just like we do all of our agenda items, the opportunity for people to weigh in with the public. And I know that in addition to the public testimony registered, that I've had at least 200 and some, probably pushing 300. I stopped counting at like 227 over the weekend. But what I did want to make sure that everybody understands that in addition to the public comments that are posted on our website, to coming in. As I said, I have hundreds on top of what Ms. Howe is going to report to us, and I'm sure other members have similar experiences, and it's so very important. And I know everybody feels that they're the one and that we're not listening, but we are. And all of these comments will go a long way to help us stay well informed on the topic, digest the information, and make well-informed questions on behalf of the community and our most important constituents, of course, our students and our AACPS family. Ms. Howe, if you could please report to the board and the public the summary of public comments received.
Yes, thanks. So as of the Friday opening, the morning that actually was Thursday morning, 9:30 a.m. Until the closing time of 4 p.m., we received 342 emails, which contained all of the information that's required, first, last name, and community of residence. Since that time, we have added some more. That was those public comments were shared with all of you in advance. So as of today at 4 p.m., we had a total of 381 public comments that were in regard to today's topic. And I just want to thank Miss Money, my assistant. She actually responds to everyone and thanks everyone for their comments and compiles everything. So thank you to her.
Thank you. I know that is a Herculean task that I wouldn't even begin to explain. We don't have the time, of course, but it is indeed well appreciated as always. Thank you very much, Dr. Alato, for taking a minute to allow Ms. Howe to report to the board and to the public, and you may now proceed as planned.
Yes, ma'am, of course, that's important. So thank you. So let's talk about reopening. We as a board have talked about it for many months. As you know, the planning has continued. So let's talk a little bit about, let me start, and Bob is going to share some slides with you. Let's wait for those to come up.
And of course, Dr. Alato, our presentations and stuff is publicly available at the conclusion of our meetings, correct?
We certainly can. We will post this presentation to the board site. Absolutely. I mean, to our website. Absolutely. So again, thank you for taking the time. This is our continued conversation about reopening. The focus really for this evening is to talk about a timeline and implementation timeline for reopening our school buildings to do that safely and in a healthful way for our staff as well as our students. So just as a reminder about some of the key dates as we've gone through this process, because it has obviously been some months, you know that our odyssey began on March 16th with the state orders to close schools. And that was an order by our state superintendent, Dr. Karen Salmon, and supported by our governor Hogan, by Larry Hogan. So since that point, as you know, our school buildings have been closed. On July 20th, we made the decision to begin the school year virtually. We've been planning, as you know, prior to that on 3 plans. One is a full reopening, one is a hybrid reopening, and one is a virtual opening. When we got closer to the date to make that announcement, the numbers here, our case rate and our positivity rate were high here in the county and was recommended by our health officer, Dr. Kalyana Raman, that and he encouraged us again to open the schools virtually. We made that decision on July 20th. As you know, September 8th began the official school year, and we began that process virtually. We several weeks into the school year, and our students and our staffs are getting into a rhythm, as our families, some more quickly than others, but I believe our families and our students and our staffs are getting into the rhythm of the virtual learning environment. As you know, a week ago today, we began our small in-person instructional groups at our 3 developmental centers as well as CAT North. We are continuing to plan to bring more students in the developmental centers, CAT North, hopefully CAT South, as well as ESOL students in the fairly short order. And over the next several weeks, we'll continue that slow roll and bringing those small groups into some of our school buildings. And then tonight is our time to talk about the reopening timeline to hybrid learning. And that's the focus for tonight. As Dr. Kalyana spoke to, there are some key factors that needed to be addressed and have been addressed and continue to be discussed in terms of us launching this hybrid learning environment. And I'm going to reemphasize the hybrid because we are not yet ready to open our buildings fully to students. Right now we have 0, and we're not going to go to 100 overnight. That we're going to slowly launch this concept of bringing a small group or half the students in the hybrid environment. As you know, Dr. Kalyana has shared tonight with you very specifically some of the metrics and advice that he's giving us and that he has received from his advisory board and his team regarding the reopening of schools. He also discussed the propensity to spread or catch COVID-19, those variables really focusing, as he talked about, on age groups, on cohorts, maintaining cohorts, and also limiting the volume in buildings and exposure to students and staff. And then, of course, handling positive cases is another one. He outlined what the advice will be based on students and staff that are symptomatic, or students and staff that have tested positive for COVID, and what his advice will be from the Department of Health about how we'll handle the isolations of students, the quarantine of students and staff, and possibly an entire building, depending on how the cohorts are impacted by those positive results. Some of the other key factors that Dr. Kalyana also talked about, and we'll talk further about tonight, are how we'll welcome back our staff and students into the buildings. Certainly classroom spacing is key. As you've heard, in our ability as we bring students back, keeping the volume down, meaning in that hybrid environment, and then spreading students out across the classroom. That is one of the mitigating factors that we'll employ. And then certainly transportation is another one, how we'll be able to transport students and how we'll seat them on a bus. And there's more about that as we get further into the presentation. So let's talk about the timeline. We've talked about some of these dates in the past, and yes, sir. So as you know, as Bob is pulling up the slide on the hybrid learning timeline, you know that we have started with our CAT centers and our special centers on September 29th, again, a week ago today. And we'll continue adding students to those areas. I'll also talk a little bit about our ESOL students as we look to bring them in to our building on October 29th. But you've got the timeline in front of you. The plan as of now, and some key dates that I'll walk the board and public through, are that on October 26th, our plan is to have our teachers and staff return to their schools and return to their classrooms ahead of students returning. And during that 2-week period, teachers will be in their classrooms and they will continue to teach their students, instruct their students virtually from their classrooms. beginning on October 26th. You'll see there on the 29th, we'll begin some hybrid instruction for some of our middle school ESOL students, and that'll begin at several selected middle schools on the 29th. The next key date is November 9th. November 9th is when we plan to bring in 4 grade levels in hybrid instruction and hybrid modality, along with our ECI students, and that will be the pre-K students, our kindergarten students, and students in grades 1 and 2. And again, as I said, our ECI students as well, those young learners in the special education program. And so that will be November 9th. We'll be bringing those students in. We'll bring those students in. And then the next key date is November 30. November 30th is the time we'll begin. We'll bring in the rest of our elementary school students, grades 3, 4, and 5. You'll see on the right-hand side a box where it says to be determined. We've talked about how we'll bring in our secondary students, and you heard from Dr. Kalyana in his presentation. There's significantly more difficult to bring in the secondary students because of the cohort, where he talked about a cohort of elementary school students is a classroom. A cohort in his modeling of middle school students is the entire grade level, all of the 6th grade or all of the 9th grade, for example. And then at the high school level, the cohorting is really about the entire school, because those secondary students spread out. They're not in a single classroom like a 2nd grade class is for the most part in a regular day. They are in that classroom for the most of the day, where at the middle school level and certainly at the high school level, the cohort is enlarged because the students are interacting with many more of their classmates in other grade levels in both class and throughout the building. So we'll have to talk into the future about what that looks like. I would suspect that if all's going well, the metrics are being met, as Dr. Kalyana showed you in his green, yellow, and red matrices. If, as we are beginning to implement this model and all is going well, we don't have any school spread or significant community spread or outbreaks in our schools or any particular one community, then we'll then be able to add some of our middle school grades, possibly, I would envision, in probably beginning in the 2nd week of December. And then adding some of the high school grades beginning probably just as after we turn from the winter break in the early part of January. But much of that is so far down the road, and there's a great deal of planning that needs to go into bringing in students in a hybrid model. At the secondary level, there's a lot more planning to go, so we'll talk about more of that into the future. So here's the timeline again, some key dates for this evening's conversation, and for those watching, October 26th, teachers returning to their classrooms to teach virtually to their students. We'll have our youngest students, pre-K, K1 and 2, along with our ECI students, returning on November 9th in a hybrid format. And then November 30th, hybrid instruction would begin for grades 3, 4, and 5. So there's been some conversation already this evening, and certainly in the past at prior board meetings and town halls about the hybrid model. Dr. K referenced the hybrid model and the various hybrid models that are out there around the state and around the country. And you heard that he and his advisory team in their modeling liked this A day, B day, B day model best. There are other models of every other day. There are models of every other week that different school systems are implementing across the country. But this is the one that, in working directly with the Department of Health, is the one that we have fallen to, and we believe that we can implement well, and that they support in terms of its in terms of the limiting the exposure and being able to cohort students. So you'll see that sort of clearly from the graphic that basically what we'd be doing is taking the elementary schools and dividing those enrollments in half. Half the students would be part of the A cohort and half would be part of the B cohort. The A cohort would be in school on Mondays and Tuesdays, face-to-face with their teacher, while the other half of that same class would be virtual They would be at home on Monday and Tuesday, but they would be dialed in and on the screen with their classmates in their classroom. Wednesday would be a day where we would not have teachers or students in the building, and that would be a time that we would clean the building thoroughly in between cohorts. Again, that term is really important in our work with Dr. Kalyana and planning with his team. And then on Thursday, we would welcome those B students in that cohort into the face-to-face instruction with their teacher, while the A students would be at home. So that's the basic structure of the hybrid learning model. Certainly, what is front and center and first and foremost in our conversations with Dr. K, his team, and as we are doing our planning, is ensuring that safety protocols are in place, that our buildings are as safe as we can make them. You heard Dr. Kalyana, he continues to say to me, George, we're not going to be able to eliminate the risk, but we have to reduce the risk significantly in order to bring our students and staff back as safely as possible. Some of the safety protocols that will be in place as we get closer to the reopening and bringing back students into the buildings. We will utilize multiple entrances. We won't have buses pull up, for example, and have all of our students move through a single entrance. Our security team is making their rounds around to our various elementary schools to help those principals identify where the best entry points are for the various students so that we don't have anybody congregating or crowding into a particular area. As has been discussed already, masks will be required for students and adults and the time that they are in our buildings and they are interacting with each other. Likewise, we will appropriately space desks in each of the classrooms. That process has begun to prepare to welcome students back into our buildings. This information about safety protocols, most of it is already in our reopening plan that was approved by Dr. Salmon and the Maryland State Department of Education, but we are also building a new website that focuses just on the hybrid learning model. And all of this information regarding safety protocols will be part of that website also for students, staff, community members, and parents to review as they see fit. We'll also ensure that there are no visitors to the buildings, again, to reduce the risk of spread and outside interaction, and we will not allow congregating, won't be any congregating in common spaces, whether that's the foyer of the main entrance of a particular building, the gym or cafeteria, or even the teacher's lounge, the teacher workspace. That will be, those areas will be off limits and we won't have students or staff congregating. Likewise, and has been discussed somewhat tonight, that we'll want teachers and encouraging teachers to make good use of outside spaces. We've had multiple conversations with our principals about the same, encouraging their teachers to appropriately utilize spaces outside to give students, to get students outside where we know that it is, the fresh air will do the students some good. If spread out appropriately enough, they can take a mask break while they're outside. That's something that we've discussed with Dr. K and his team as well. So that's going to be important that the students get up and move and we can get them outside as appropriate. Certainly, we'll discourage the use of water fountains and ask students and staff to bring water bottles where they can refill their water bottles and that we have them, that they have them throughout the day. And as been discussed already, we will work through meals in the classroom. I know that in the conversation with Dr. Kalyana, Mrs. Schalheim talked about, wouldn't it be better if possibly we brought the students into the cafeteria and we spread them out? That's not been part of the, while we have discussed it, we think it's safer to keep the students in their classroom because entering into that common space, one, you'll now be mixing cohorts because you've had one second grade class following another second grade class or a third grade class following a fifth grade class. And so that can mix up the cohorting, and we want to try and, we've been encouraged to maintain those cohorts as much as possible. We also have to be concerned about the time frame if we've got students at home and students in the building, and they're in the hybrid model and they're interacting with their teacher on the same schedule, we'll also need to keep them on the same lunch schedule. And so that's going to be important in addition to our food service team, who in the hybrid model will be serving students both in the classroom as well as those students that are at home, because they'll be serving curbside. So that's part of the conversation we've had about meals as well in the building. I did talk about bus spacing. So the recommendation continues to be with the CDC and with the Maryland Department of Health, as well as our Department of Health, that we'll have one student per bus. One student per seat on each bus, with the seat immediately behind the driver kept empty. We'll ask the students to spread themselves out. As you see in this diagram, masks will be required. We will load the buses from rear to front, and we'll exit the buses from front to rear. And then certainly, as has been an important part of the conversation since March, since the closing of schools, is making sure that students and staff are frequently washing their hands. They've got time to do that during the day. We have purchased hand sanitizing stations, and they are mobile stations, and they are being placed throughout school buildings. Additional hand sanitizer for each of the classrooms. And as I said, we'll also take on the wiping down of high-touch services throughout the day as part of the ongoing cleaning protocols with our fantastic custodians and building service team. So with that, I will stop and take a quick drink of water, and I'm glad to begin to take questions, Madam President. So I'll begin with Ms. Hummer.
My apologies. I forgot that I was on, but I was just going to invite Ms. Hummer.
Hold on. Okay, now I'm unmuted. All right. So this is something we've all been talking about since shutdown occurred back in March, is how and when we can bring our children back safely. And I do want to stress that the board had directed and asked you to come up with plans to start bringing our students back. And so that has already begun with our CAT students and some special education students this week. And I will say I've heard from some of those parents, and they're speaking very highly of that return to school for their students this week. So I was glad to hear that. As we look at all the different options, I heard there were different reasons for why we're looking at a, based on the health metrics, that the 2-day a week really calculates to be less spread with those two groups than otherwise. But can you share with us why we believe that 2 days a week in person for students is preferable or more beneficial than the full virtual? Why are we making the decision to bring them back for really a smaller amount of time? And again, so everyone knows, this is a choice for parents. It's not going to be that they have to come back, but why do we believe that why do we as a school system believe this would be beneficial for our students?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. So there's a couple of parts to that. Let me start with what you stated there, that it is important for and the board knows this, the board, but for the general public, that we will give parents a choice. What are they most comfortable with? We've known since the very beginning, as you said, from the day we closed, that there are simply going to be parents that are not going to be comfortable sending the children back to any kind of hybrid or otherwise, any kind of in-person environment until there is a vaccine, a proven vaccine that's out there, and inoculations have begun throughout our county and our state and certainly worldwide. So we have known that, and so that's why it was so important for us, one, to get through the process of getting to one-to-one technology and getting a Chromebook into the hands of every student. We're not yet complete that, but we're getting closer by the day. Every so often we get another pallet of another 1,000 or so computers, and we are able to, and soon we'll be able to have that Chromebook in every student's hands. So that's important. We knew that that it would be, we thought it would be some time before we got back to reopening of schools and a full reopening of schools. And so the hybrid model is obviously a combination of both in-person and the virtual. So thank you for that point. So to answer your question regarding why it's important, I think Dr. Kalyana Raman made it a key point in the beginning of his comments, in that we know students need to interact with each other and they need to interact face-to-face with their teacher. And so we believe that it can be really important for many students to have at least those 2 days a week. We know that we can't get back to full in-person learning. We can't refill the buildings. That's not going to happen right now. We've been approved for a hybrid model while the COVID numbers are where they are here in Anne Arundel County. And again, you saw that green, yellow, and red matrix that Dr. Kalyana Raman showed in his presentation. So we think that it's important for parents to have choice, that if it's really important to them or their life situation, every family is in a very different life situation. With maybe there are sometimes parents that are at home and there's an adult that can be with the children throughout the day, or there are parents that are able to work from home because their offices are closed or their workspaces are closed. And there are those parents that might not be able to be home at all, and childcare issues and the like, that in-person learning might serve those students best. All of that said, Mrs. Hummer, I will also say very honestly that that 2 days a week might not be best for everybody. It could be disruptive to a family to just have, right now they've gotten into into a rhythm of the virtual learning 5 days a week. They have figured out childcare, they figured out coverage, they're working with their student, and it seems to be working for them. And they may very well just choose to say, 2 days a week is just not worth it. But we know we can't go 3 days a week or 4 days a week or 5 days a week because of where our current case rate and positivity numbers are, and on the recommendation of Dr. K that we should open only in a hybrid format. So we're looking to give that choice to those parents that want it. But quite frankly, I think many parents will choose, because we're now several weeks into the virtual environment and they are getting into a rhythm and a routine, and it's getting better and it's getting stronger. Our teachers are amazing. And they not only have had to turn on a dime in this COVID environment, but they are just, so many of them are flourishing in this online environment, and they're working so hard to produce engaging lessons and really develop relationships, even though it's on a screen, they're developing relationships with their students. So I think for all those reasons, there's something to be said for 2 days a week, that we're giving some choice, and that could be really what's best for a family in choosing for their child or children. And for many, it might not be, and staying in the virtual environment is going to be a choice that will allow them to make.
Okay. And then, thank you. Yes, I know we have all been hearing, as we heard from public comment, literally hundreds of parents and teachers coming out, and for many, the teachers have been and are being amazing. The work that they're doing virtually is incredible, and I'm hearing that from every parent. But some parents are also saying the teachers are amazing, but this is not working for my child. And that it's across the board, but we're hearing a lot from our very earliest learners, kindergartners who've never been in school before. It's difficult to be in front of the screen all day without any human interaction. Our special needs students or others. There's a lot of students. And then, like you said, work situations. So it's to offer some of that. One of the elements that's in this plan is that all teachers will come back to the buildings to work, as of the 26th. Since not all of our hybrid model is going to be looking at our youngest learners, can you explain why we feel it's important that all the teachers return to the workspace?
Yes, ma'am. As we are going to move closer to reopening, we think it's important that that we start to get back into the routine of being back in our buildings, being back here at central office and in our workspaces and our satellite offices. So we'll be requiring more of that here in my office and our other satellite offices of staff returning to their regular work environments on a more regular basis. We also know that as we get closer to reopening schools for students, I wouldn't want to bring teachers back and then the next day have their students back. We think it makes sense that we invite the teachers back and let them teach virtually from their classrooms where they can start to get their classrooms ready to accept students. And I wouldn't want to do that just in 1 or 2 or 3 days. I think it's important to give them time to do that. We also have to give everybody time, and this is, I didn't get a chance to talk about this, Mrs. Hummer, when introducing the timeline, but it was important for me, for us, to put, and for this board, as we talked about, to put dates on the calendar that are in front of us, because we need time to plan. Where a restaurant, per se, could get the green light from Dr. Kalyana Raman to reopen when we were in a process where they were closed, and then they were given permission to reopen when we went to phase 2. The restaurants, for example, wouldn't need as much turnaround time, though they needed some, of course, but not as much turnaround time to open as we would as a school system. We have so important to this board to put dates on the calendar that we could focus on into the future and say, okay, December is when everybody will start to return to their classrooms and teach virtually. And so now I've got several weeks to get my, whatever my life is, and I need to get my childcare in order, whether I need to get my work-life balance in order, whether I need to apply for in a medical accommodation before I can return back to live in-person instruction with my students. We wanted to give the staff, not just the teachers, but the staff, time to be able to do that. And then likewise, putting dates further down the road to say, okay, in that next 2-week period, we'll have our youngest learners back. Then 3 weeks later, we'll have our grades 3 to 5. Parents can look at those dates. They can plan for those dates. They're on the calendar, and we can, again, we can plan appropriately. All of that said, though, as you well know, Mrs. Hummer, if at any point during those windows that the COVID numbers go up, then Dr. Kalyana Raman could simply say, and we would agree, that if we get into that matrix where we're at 15 plus, that we would have to return to virtual learning anyway. And so that's why I also think it's important that we settle into the virtual learning for the next couple of weeks so that we learn that well. Let's keep in mind, when we talk about returning to buildings, 2 things, many things to consider, but 2 things in particular in responding to your question, Mrs. Hummer. One is that in the hybrid environment, students are still, majority of the time, operating virtually, right? 5 days during the week, only 2 days face-to-face with their teacher, and 3 days at home virtually. So the bulk of their time each week is done in the virtual environment, and that's why I think it's important for us to have some more time to master the virtual environment so that, one, the hybrid model works really well, and then in case we do have to close a classroom, a cohort, a school, we can return more easily, make that switch back to the virtual environment. The other, though, Mrs. Hummer, it's important for, and I know the board, we've just, the 5th grade class is going to be very, very different than what we are used to. And that's okay, but I want students and parents to be, I know our staff knows it's going to be different, but the parents and students to realize that going back and we will get students outside, the same kind of congregating that students are used to, and even staff, it won't be the same. And it's important that everybody understand that.
Thank you. That's all for this round for me.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Smith.
Dr. Alato,
Yes.
we've been here for about 2 hours. I'm going to just request a 5-minute break so we can tidy some things up, and we'll be returning. So my apologies for the interruption and the sudden, but we need to do this. So we're going to be back in 5 minutes, folks. And when we return, we're going to resume our round of questioning with Mr. Smith. Thank you guys so very much for your flexibility. Thank you, everyone, for obliging a quick stretch break. We're now back into session. And so, Dr. Alano, I'm going to turn this over to you and to resume with Mr. Smith, I believe is in roll call, and feel free to continue the round robin if your discussion sessions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Great. So thank you for presenting, Dr. Lodge. Just a few, President Corkadell, is there a limit to the questions we can ask? Are we still doing 2?
Yes, sir. Yes, Ed, I think 2 would be preferred per round so that all districts can have equal representation, prompt representation, sir. Yes, thank you.
Great, let's see. I guess that's the first one on my list. What time would school start on in-person days? Right now, virtual starts at 8:30. That's like everybody really likes that, the extra hour of sleep. Will we continue that, or will we go back to the 7:30 start time?
The schools will go back. When we go to hybrid learning at the various grade levels, it's going to be a while before we get to you and your high school colleagues, Mr. Smith. But as we implement the hybrid learning, the start and end times will mirror where the schools were prior to COVID. So if they were in 8:10 start time, then that school will start at 8:10. If they were at 8:30 start time, then they would be in 8:30. It would be dependent upon their school, because we have to now we'd be running buses to move the students, half the students on any given day, to a school. So we would go back to our transportation routing numbers in terms of start times.
Okay. And so will students that are, opt to stay home, or students that are on the, I guess, let's say it's an A day, right? But the B day students are still home. Will they start at that regular start time too, or will they continue to stay with the virtual start time? So for Meade High School, I think we started at 7:18, somewhere around that time. Will everybody start at 7:18, or will only people in person start at 7:18, and virtual will continue to start at 8:30?
So there's 2 parts to that question you're asking, and I'm going to try and divide them out. When we move to the hybrid environment, we'll ask parents to make a decision with their students about whether they want to enter into the hybrid environment, meaning 2 days a week in school and 3 days a week at home virtually, or would they prefer to stay 100% virtual and not come into the buildings and interact with other students and adults, right? So now those are 2 different answers to your question. If it's a student that chooses the hybrid model, then they will follow their elementary school start and stop times. Their schedule will change to mirror when their elementary school starts, when their individual elementary school starts, and when their individual elementary school ends. For the student that chooses the 100% virtual environment, they will maintain the schedule they have now. So 2 different schedules based on the choice.
Okay, thank you. And when we do go back to this hybrid model, how will common areas like nurses' offices, media centers, and the principal's office, how will those look? Because and gymnasiums, just because I think you need a nurse in school, right? I think it's hard to treat a student with a bloody nose, in the classroom. I guess we still want students to be checking out books in the library or not. I want to see the plan on that. And even with the principal's office, if you have like a disciplinary measure in the counselor's office, will students have to go in the hallway? Will they still? How will that look?
So they'll have to keep those distances. So yes, in terms of a nurse, yes, we'll still have all of our nurses, and we've been working with Dr. Kalyana Raman, knowing that, as you know, nurses are part of the Department of Health. They're not part of AACPS, but they're back in their buildings now. The nurses are all back in schools now, even though they're not students, because they're monitoring vaccinations and other medications for students. and preparing for students to arrive. So yes, the nurses will still be there, nursing assistants, and they will still the health suites is the word I was looking for. Excuse me. The health suites will be primarily for students that are well and they're there to take their medications or for a quick check from the nurse. If it is a student that is showing symptoms, then there will be a separate isolation area, either within the nurse's suite or a separate room in the school that working to identify now with principals and school nurses, where we'll have an isolation area if there is in fact a student that is presenting with COVID-like symptoms during the day. All those other spaces, yes, counselors will still be able to meet with students, but if it's a very small counselor's office, they'll have to meet someplace, maybe a conference room where there's larger space where they can spread out. And the same is true possibly with an assistant principal or the principal, depends on the size of their space, but we would not want them in close proximity to a student. In a meeting, they would need to spread out. Of course, masks would be required.
Okay. What about media centers?
Media centers are not going to be places that we're going to be bringing students, particularly in the beginning. Maybe over time, but in the beginning, the media centers will not be congregate areas.
Same thing with gyms.
Gyms will not be. Auditoriums, no. Those will not be congregate areas. Congregate areas for the during the school day.
Okay. And my next question is, what about the gym teacher and the media specialist? Will they still be required to come in person, or can they stay home? Because
yeah, they'll come in and they'll still teach virtually. So all of those classes like art, like PE, like music will continue to be done virtually, and those teachers will do that from their classrooms or their spaces in a school building. So those encore courses, those specials that an elementary schooler engages with a couple of times a week for a half an hour, twice a week, or for an hour, will be done. Will continue to be done virtually.
Okay. Well, since we're not meeting with students in person.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
So since can you hear me now?
I can, yes, sir.
Sorry about this. I was getting a whole bunch of email and getting email like every 3 minutes, which is great. But
very popular.
I'd like to think, but yes, I was so since they're not going to have to be in person interacting with students, for me, just my line of thinking, wouldn't it make sense to keep them home so we limit the amount of bodies in a building, right? Since students will not be checking out books, they won't need the media specialist to help them there, but they're still going to have a media class, and they're going to do that virtually. Couldn't the media specialist or specialists, depending on the school, both just stay home because they won't have to interact with the students? So we're limiting the number of bodies in the school.
So are you asking, could they? Of course. But I think the plan works best if we are all, if we are equally sharing in this, and that the teachers return to their classrooms and teach from their classrooms, because that is officially their workspace. And I think it's important that we get back to our official workspaces before we begin to bring students back into school buildings. We have been temporarily at home. We are now, and our staffs, our teachers have just done a phenomenal job. But I am of the mindset that I think it's time that we start to bring folks back into their professional school environments, and they can continue to do their virtual teaching from those environments.
Okay. And just back to the media, students will not be able to check out books during this hybrid situation just because we don't want to clean every book page.
Correct. For right now, it's going to be done. It's going to be done virtually. So they'll have their media class, or their PE class, or their art class, or music class, but it will be done virtually because we're not going to be able. We don't want to share instruments. We don't want to share the books in the library because then because of the cleaning. Hopefully down the road we'll get to that sooner rather than later. But in the beginning, the answer is no. It'll be done virtually.
Okay, great. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, sir. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I do have a few questions. I'll start with the first two topics. Pardon me. So I know you heard me asking a lot of questions about early elementary students, pre-K through second primarily. First of all, of course, I'm thrilled that that is the group that is starting back on this timeline and getting in the classroom. We have had an untold number of emails and other communications from parents of our youngest learners who are just don't feel like it's working for their students, and they have the nicest things to say about our teachers, but it's just not the right way for our students to learn. So going back to that, from what I heard from Dr. K, we don't need to completely change the way we're teaching our students. We just have to keep in mind the guidelines and particularly students under 10, he said, do not are less likely to transmit, and he did not see any reason that students couldn't. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. The students couldn't learn the way they did before by getting up and moving around and going to stations. They will be wearing masks, and those numbers can be reduced. The number of students interacting together at one time, particularly since we have far fewer in the classroom. So can you speak to that? Are students going to have the opportunity to learn the way they naturally do when we do bring them back into the classroom for hybrid learning?
So I'll be very honest. I'm not sure I know what you mean by the way they naturally learn. What I can tell you is the learning modalities will be different. So you use the example, Miss Ellis, now you used it with Dr. K and just use it again with me, where students will be able to get up and go to a station, right? So at the kindergarten room, that could be the dress up station, where the students are moving about, and those that want to engage in dress up during that time could go to the dress up station. We would not allow that. That would not be appropriate, because we would not be able to keep those clothes and the hats and the things the kids put on appropriately clean in between students using them. So it doesn't mean that students can't get up and move about the room in a very coordinated manner with the teacher there, that they can't get up and move in a coordinated manner outside and do some outside playtime or some outside unmasking if they're spread out, as Dr. K and his team have advised us. But the use of stations where students are closely working together on something they're doing during, say, their natural play, I think is the point we're trying to make. No, that's not something we're going to be able to do. Not in this hybrid environment.
So I know we have had, and I asked Dr. K about this too, to ask if he has concerns with the way our private schools have been doing this so far. Does he have concerns about, is he seeing a problem with an outbreak? And he didn't seem to indicate that he is seeing such a problem. So if we have private schools right now where young students are getting up and playing face-to-face with a mask on, with a toy, and you're right, there are some things that are, I guess, types of stations that are more appropriate than others. Certainly pulling on clothes over your head is not, would not be recommended. But there are other types of toys that kids can play and interact with, and the toys would get cleaned during the day and at the end of the day. And some of what I'm saying is I'm actually reading from a teacher who teaches at a private school, private pre-K, and this is what they're doing, and it's working for them. And I want to be sure that we don't have pre-K, kindergarten, or even first grade students coming in, sitting at a desk, not interacting face to face, not and playing in their classroom. So that's my concern, is that we haven't heard anything from Dr. Kalyanaraman that says our students can't play interactively, and we do have schools in the county doing that now. So I'm concerned we have an equity issue for students if we don't have our youngest learners engaged in developmentally appropriate learning throughout the day.
I'm very confident that engaging those young learners in developmentally appropriate learning. I'm certain that they are, but some of the manipulatives and some of the stations are just not going to be appropriate in this. I can't say that all, but most of them are just not going to be appropriate. And we've had this conversation with Dr. K and his team. We've been very clear about here's what a kindergartner or first grader's class looks like. This is how they'll interact for the day. I don't see the teacher bringing all the student, a group of students to their kidney table to work on reading together. They're going to have to do that from a more distant avenue. It'll still be developmentally and age-appropriate instruction, but we have been warned against bringing students and staff close in proximity. And you have visited many elementary schools with me, Ms. Ellis, and you've seen the students sitting around a kidney table with their teacher at the head and instructing them on reading, for instance, or on math. And that's something that we've been asked not to do. I don't know what the private schools are doing. I don't know how they're bringing students together. But the closer we bring them together over an extended period of time, say for a 20-minute math lesson, all 4 or 5 or 6 kids around a kidney table, puts them at higher risk. And so we've been asked to not do that. But certainly we want the students to be able to get up. That's natural. That's good. We'll have move. And we'll want them to be able to move about the room, but it's got to be very, very coordinated. It's not going to be in the same student choice method that they've had in the past. And that's just a precautionary measure for safety and health of the students and the staff.
Well, in terms of balancing the risks with the benefits, and forgive me, the reason I want to go back for a moment, we did highlight how many public testimony emails we received, plus hundreds on top of that. And so I do want to thank our teachers and our parents and others for reaching out, because the bulk of my questions come from those that testimony that I'm receiving. So I had teachers, lower elementary teachers, pre-K, today reach out to me about this very issue, because they began to learn what their classroom environment is going to look like. And I can tell you, a couple of these are teachers that I know personally. I have not reached out to them, but they reached out to me because when they learned this, these were teachers who were favoring the hybrid model because they don't feel like the online learning model is working for their students. They want to get their students back in the classroom, but they actually said a classroom where their students are sitting at a desk the bulk of the day and with their Chromebooks is, in their professional opinion, more detrimental, less beneficial than the online environment they have right now. Again, I know you said you don't know what the private schools are doing, but I wonder why we're not taking advantage of learning that, because it's been going on now for a number of weeks ahead of us. And so why would we not learn from that? This preschool teacher that did get back to me, about what she's doing in her classroom. They have circle time on a carpet, but they spread them out. But coordinated movement, if the entire day is coordinated, that is not developmentally appropriate. What the lower elementary students need unstructured time. They need that. And that is a big part of the cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development all at the same time. That's how they learn. So I applaud your team for all of the hard work that I know has gone into all of this, but I request that you go back and revisit this particular group of students and consider loosening up to when you weigh the benefits and the risks. Being too cautious is, I believe, going to be a detriment to our students and our teachers. So I'll leave that there for now. And I want to thank Mr. Smith for bringing up start times. Obviously, everyone's worlds have been turned upside down now since March. I know that the biggest driver of start times, our school start times right now, is transportation. I know that a survey is going to go out to parents, first of all, to see what students will be attending. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're also going to inquire about transportation, because some parents may want to get their children back in the classroom, but would rather they not get on a bus and share that space with other students. So once we have all that information, I would think that that would drive the start times, because the conditions now are not the same as they were last spring. So the start times of each school, I would think, would be different than they were last spring, and that we should be considering developmentally appropriate hours as we are looking at that. So can you answer, have you been able to hire staff in the transportation department that I know is needed to help with routing and so forth?
My understanding is we've hired one of the 4 positions we've advertised.
Okay, thank you. So I would really encourage your team. Everything is outside the box right now. So please consider those as you're developing the school hours. Thank you.
Ms. Shulhan?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a lot of questions, as you might imagine. I'm just going to hop right in there. And yeah, my first question also has to do with the daily schedule and the start times as well. We won't be having nearly as many buses transport kids, and we've also asked our parents to upend their lives to get us on the schedules that we are on now. So I changing that sort of midstream, I'm sitting here very much struggling with, and so maybe I misunderstood, so please help me out. Let's just use an elementary school as an example. You will have probably a group of students that are going to go back and avail themselves of the hybrid model, and a group of students who will want to stay all virtual. What I heard in the presentation was that the students in class will be with the teacher, who will also be with the kids at home. And so, but then I heard later on when you were talking with Ms. Ellis that no, the kids that are all virtual will stay on their current schedule. So help me out with that. What did I miss here?
So you're mixing apples and oranges. So let's get to the apples. The apples are those children that are in the hybrid environment.
Mm-hmm.
The children that have chosen hybrid have both in-person learning and virtual learning. And those need to happen at the same time to engage that same group of students, that class, half at home, half in person, they have to be on the same schedule, right? Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Right. So that's the apples. The oranges are those families that choose for their students to not be in the hybrid model and to only be 100% virtual. They will remain in the virtual schedule they have now. They might not have the same teacher because we'll have to move teachers about depending on the number of students that have requested in person and the number of students that have requested virtual, 100% virtual. We also have to move staff about based on those that come back to teach face-to-face and those that seek and garner and get a waiver or an accommodation where they would not return and they would only teach virtually from home. So those are, we have to put all of that together in the mix by asking parents how you want your students to return, and then we would schedule them accordingly.
Okay, got it. So, so then let's talk about that, that first part of it, the hybrid environment where half are home and half are in person, and developmentally appropriate start times. I think it's a real lost opportunity to make some of these elementary schools go back to a 9:40, 9:45 start time. That is a missed opportunity, especially when we're not transporting middle and high school students right now. If we're only transporting a percentage of elementary school students, because I guarantee you that not every person who wants to do hybrid model will also want to put their kid on a bus. We have an opportunity to think outside the bus and change that finally. And it's been years, and I know iterations of this board have asked for that for quite a while. And so I would implore you to please look at that. Don't have an elementary school start at 9:45 and get out after 4. I just can't with that. And so I'm sitting here sweating thinking about that. So that's not a
also,
question. But
keep in mind, Mrs. Schalheim, that you stated earlier that we would be using fewer buses, when in fact we won't be, because remember, you can only put 22 or 23 or 24 on a bus. So normally where a bus might go into a neighborhood to pick up 40 students, now we have to have 2 buses to go into that neighborhood to pick up those same 40 students to keep them appropriately socially distanced on the bus. So you're right, we might have fewer students take advantage of the bus if parents decide to drive or they decide to keep their students home full-time and virtual. We won't know that until the numbers come in. But we also have to be thinking long-term that as we add elementary schools, and if I change the elementary start times, then we also eventually are going to have to move middle school students and we're going to have to move high school students. And if they're all operating in a hybrid environment and we're only have 24 students per bus, we're actually going to need more buses to do all those runs. So I get what you're saying. It might seem simple from the outset to say, let's just change it now. I would love to not have any elementary school start at 9:40. That would be great. But I don't know that now is the time that's going to allow us to do that in such a tight environment where we can only move 24 students on a bus.
I think we have to think about it now. I think we have to do it now. I'm going to continue to reiterate this. I am all about choice. I've been advocating for choice for quite some time. I want a hybrid model alongside a 100% virtual model. I will be in full, you have my full support on this, but we can't go back to something that wasn't working before this. And what wasn't working before this was a 9:45 elementary school start time and a 7:30 a.m. high school start time. So I'm going to get off my soapbox for now, and I'm going to try to breeze through this. But I hope that we don't make 2 mistakes in this. And I see going back to the way things were, because we can't think outside the box, even though we might have new staff and new ideas and new ways to do things. I just can't with that. So let me get to the rest of my questions, but I wanted to put that out there and on the record. Do not have elementary schools go back to a 9:45 start time and get out after schools after the sun is down. so okay, so I did hear from a large number of cultural arts teachers. So I'm very happy to hear that those will remain virtual for both our all virtual students and our hybrid students. I think that's a wise move. Some of these teachers that interact with 500 students a week, and people were coming at me and wondering how that was going to be safe for them, and I totally agree how that would be safe for the students. So thank you for doing that. A question I got in was if a family decides to send their kids in for the hybrid model, and the case rate spikes in that school or in that grade, and the parent has a second thought, how are we going to handle changes at that point, or will that be part of the decision? Parent A, you're gonna send your kids hybrid. Please know that might include an outbreak, a case spike in that school, but that's the decision, and you have to go with either hybrid or virtual. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. You did a perfect job. You explained it. That's exactly right. People are going to have to make a choice, and it's a difficult choice. There is nothing good about the situation we're in. There just isn't. We know that we want our students back in school, as Ms. Ellis alluded to, right? The developmentally appropriate play. But in the environment we're in right now, that's not going to be the case. And so choice is a really good thing until sometimes you have to make one, right? And that's the difficult part for parents to say, what is the best way? We will not be able to allow parents to choose, say, hybrid, and then or say virtual, and then they saw the COVID numbers drop and say, wow, things are really good. I hear things are great at the schools. I now want my child in that school, because we won't be able to get them on a bus, right? Because I can only have 24. We'll have to very, very specifically route the buses to pick up just 24 or 23 or 22 students, so it doesn't overpopulate that bus. Because we've been told we can't. If there's only seats for 24 and a 25th student's on the bus, shows up at the bus stop. So we're going to need the parents to make a very, very careful decision between that they can live with between now and the end of the semester.
End of the semester. Okay, great.
Some might choose, you know what, I just want virtual for the rest of the year. Fine. We could keep you in that virtual environment the rest of the year, but we'll ask them to make a commitment to the end of the semester.
Great, and then we'll re-up it. I imagine we'll have to think about that our families will have to think about that pretty substantially in January.
Correct.
Before we transition to the second semester. Okay,
yes,
got it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I've had a lot of questions about enrollment. Enrollment figures were due on September 30th. How did we fare? And this is relevant because this impacts, I hope we didn't lose a lot of kids. We want our kids to stay with us. But if we did lose a lot of kids, it might impact class sizes, which would then impact how we split things out, but most importantly, how it affects funding. So do we have any preliminary numbers, or could you share that with us, with the board, or publicly?
So they are combing through, as you know, that count was done on September 30th, so last week. Yeah. And so I'm waiting for a final count. So they have to, they've got to clean up all the counts, our data team, and then get it verified through the Maryland State Department of Education, as you well know. So no, I don't have an official final figure. I do know that our enrollment figures are down compared to this time last year.
Okay. Once that information is known, please kindly share that.
I'll share it with the board.
Yeah, and all of its analysis, grade level. I don't know how you normally do it. I think that's up for my 2 questions this round, but I have a lot more to come. Thank you so much.
Sure. Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antoine, are you still on the line with us?
I know she is. So let's see. Oh, here she is right now. I just think it takes just a second.
I would, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
request that the master muter, I know this is difficult virtually, and then I'm calling in as well, but I would request that we kind of mute at the same time and we cue one another up, because I'm unmuted and talking, but I'm muted on the other end.
Okay. I believe Mr. Mosier and his team have heard that, and they can they'll text over to you directly to address some of those issues. But you're up for questions now. Thank you for your patience.
Well, no worries. Thank you, guys. Dr. Lotto, thank you very much for taking the time to introduce publicly your reopening plan and your timeline that goes along with that. I am having I'm having a set of concerns about the fact that we are bringing in 100% of the teachers to perform this, but we are not bringing in at all grade levels. So I had questions about, in my visits to the different schools, there were many teachers that shared classrooms, be it for their department or lack of class options or whatever the case. Would these teachers that are sharing classrooms
particularly at the secondary level, that share classrooms, as it is the planning period of one teacher and another teacher comes in and uses that classroom during another teacher's, their colleagues' planning period. That's particularly at the, or most prominently at the secondary level. Doesn't happen much at the elementary level, but we have asked the principals to work with their staffs to find if there is a place where there's an overlap in a classroom with teachers, to find another space somewhere in the school for that teacher to teach from virtually.
Oh, okay. And then when the younger students come back in, there will be a lot of sharing of supplies as well, or was that change?
We want to limit the sharing of supplies and of student manipulatives. We would ask the students to carry their backpack with them each day with their Chromebook charger, their headphones, and their manipulatives and school supplies, and they would carry those back and forth each day so that they are not sharing manipulatives or writing utensils and those kinds of things. We would ask them to carry their supplies back and forth, and that was part of the pre-planning in having those backpacks supplied to our early learners.
Excellent. And then the teachers that are returning, none of those teachers would be 100% virtual, or will they get options for their return?
The expectation would be that the teachers and staff would return to their school work locations. There will certainly be availability of accommodation requests for staff to take advantage of. So that's on a case-by-case basis, and they would go through their supervisor and our HR department to request those accommodations.
Okay, and then I would like to please address, as much as we want to manage this, if a student has symptoms that are similar to COVID but not COVID, what is the plan of action for those students when they return?
The student would be isolated from their cohort. Their parent would be called, and we'd ask the parent to come retrieve the student while they continue to show symptoms.
Understood. Okay, I think that's 3.
And that's, and Ms. Antoine, that's on the advice of the Department of Health. That's not something that I came up with. That's a requirement of the Department of Health that we have a space at each of the schools where there can be an isolation. Either the health suite has an appropriate place to isolate a student, or a separate room in the school near the main entrance where a student could be isolated and the parent could come retrieve them.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. That helps me understand how that will be managed. So that's all I have for now. I did want to make a comment about the Board of Education's responsibility for school start times. So we still have that workshop that's due, and we have the time to discuss that and make the decision with Dr. Arlotto as we move forward. So I would, my comment and advice would be that we as the Board of Education get together and discuss school start times. That's all for now, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I think I see that Mr. Gilliland joined us. Mr. Gilliland, do you have questions?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Arlotto and Madam President, and just to my colleagues. I joined, I guess it was a little after 6 o'clock, so I missed that first hour as I was in commute home. So I apologize to everyone. And as I'm learning the rules, I wasn't here for the ground rules, but I believe we're 2 questions and then we come back again. So I'll certainly stick to that. First, Dr. Arlotto, I appreciate the presentation, and I know the effort that went into that. So I appreciate the multiple staff members that have been part of that, and appreciate your stewardship for the school system. One of the comments that you made, I think initially, and then I can't remember whose question. It may have been in response to Mrs. Schallheim's, maybe one of her questions. And I'm just trying to get clarity here. You'd mentioned if a student is in the hybrid, we'll just call the hybrid modality, and then we've got a different student in the face-to-face modality. Are they having different teachers, or is it the same teacher expected to balance both modalities?
So it's the latter of your response, of your question. We'll ask the teacher to balance both the students that are face-to-face and the students that are still virtually, they're still virtual at home. And that's just I don't know if you remember, in several meetings ago, Mrs. Schallheim brought up this very issue, and she had done the math, and brilliantly done the math, to show that for this to work, a hybrid model really work, you really need 2 teachers for every classroom. You need somebody that's instructing the students at home, and you need somebody that's instructing the students that are there in front of them. And so I told the board at that time that we were going to be working on what the technology would take for a teacher to be able to instruct both the students that are still at home virtually, as well as the students that are in front of them. And so we are configuring or reconfiguring the technology in each of the rooms that would involve the teacher's smartboard, the teacher's laptop, the teacher's desktop monitor, and the teacher's document camera. And when all of that is woven together technologically, a teacher can be presenting on something in the smartboard that the class is seeing in person, and the students are seeing the same thing at home virtually. And so there might be times where the teacher would move their the camera on their laptop as they move about the room to make sure students are engaged that are at home, and also what's happening within the classroom. But that's part of the modality that working teachers to instruct both simultaneously, because we just simply we don't have 2 teachers for every classroom.
Understood. I ask, I guess, twofold issues of concern that I would just raise. And I know the smart people have already thought about this stuff, but I'll just raise it. One is the workload concern. I've taught face to face and I've taught online. Higher ed, of course, which is much different. Which I'll explain the big difference when I get to part 2 of this. But I've built online curriculum. I've done online instructional design in another realm of my life. But as a teacher, online sometimes is harder and more time consuming than face to face. And to balance both, as we think of just the expectations to engage online, I hope we've got a good angle of a solution or an angle of an attack. I don't know the right expression, but for a single teacher to balance both of those, I think the workload it's going to be intense, and I know that's got to be factored here. Part 2 of that though is higher ed. I think for the most part, I can say with 99.9% certainty, I never hear, little Timmy's got a book on his head, or little Johnny's doing this, or little Sally's doing that. And that's something that's going to happen with the younger students. And then, as that teacher's got 12 students in front of him or her face to face, and then is balancing the remainder of those students virtually. And it's always little Johnny, so I'll just pick on that name, but little Johnny is doing something he's not supposed to be doing at home. The 12 in the class lose, and the other 11 perhaps online lose, while that teacher's trying to get little Johnny to take the book off his head. Facetious example, I know, but perhaps a real one that I just think of the potential loss of instructional time, and even more importantly, the instructional impact. When that management has to occur. Again, just less a question and just more of a concern, both from workload and classroom management. At this point, I think I might defer, to others. I do want to circle back and ask another question if we get around to, Madam President. But Dr. Arlotto, thank you for this.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the staff. I know you guys have worked really hard. Lots of good questions from other members. I do have, and I just want to make sure that I think it's clear and well pointed. I get from time to time inquiries as it relates to the what happens if. And one of the more common what happens if it relates to an observation of a violation of a mask. Can you go back over what that looks like in the back room, as it relates to staff and teachers or contractors that may be present, and what it looks like again in the classroom? Because I think some of the comfort zone is surrounding understanding that if someone does have an absent mind to a mask, for example, or a social distance requirement, the response, because I know we respond very well to any time someone has, an imperfect moment, so to speak. And I think it would be beneficial just to kind of hear again what that looks like, because it is a bit set. We do receive so many inquiries about it. If you wouldn't mind.
Yes, ma'am. So we will, as you have said, and I'll reiterate that masks and social distancing will be requirements, and that's both for students and for staff, as well as if there are contractors or visitors to the building, but that will be on a very, very limited basis. We're going to really try and keep the buildings sealed to the outside, so to speak, and keep and keep those outsiders out as best we can on an as needed basis only. That said, Students that violate the mask rule, let's say, to use your example, we have a disciplinary process. And so they, of course, will start with the lowest form, which is talking to the student, reassuring the student, or ensuring, I should say reassuring or ensuring. Teaching the student, it's a teachable moment, as it always is, at the lowest level of discipline, where it's about learning. And does the student understand why the mask is important and appropriate? We'll engage the parent at that time. And if it escalates, then there can certainly be disciplinary measures taken for a student that doesn't follow the mask rules. The same is true for adults. We have a disciplinary process that you're well aware of. And so the adults in the building don't choose that. Of course, they choose not to follow the mask rule, or they make an honest mistake at a particular time. We'll start at the lowest level, which is having a conversation with that staff member to remind them the importance of wearing that mask and why it is required. If that continues, then it could very well eventually end up in a disciplinary matter for that adult. Let me also say that those are for the instances that are reported within the school. We are certain to have instances that will be reported from the outside directly to the Department of Health. The Department of Health has its own enforcement unit that you know of. And so we are working with a series of protocols and steps that we'll utilize if an outsider reports that there is a violation within one of our schools. Then we have a series of folks that will get reported to from the Department of Health to our school system, how the school system will handle it, and then go back to Department of Health to say that we have rectified that situation. But they have their own enforcement unit that could show up to any of our schools at any time to do a check of either a complaint, like they would at, say, a movie theater or a restaurant, if that were being reported, or just a spot check. They could come by one of our schools or any business establishment or public area to check to see that people are following the appropriate masking and social distancing rules. But those are literally conversations we're having with the Department of Health.
And follow up, our principals are people in the school building itself. That is an available resource, correct? So if a teacher has a concern or a perception of something that could potentially be happening, they can work through their individual schools, through their business office, and through their principal, correct? If there is something.
Just like any other violation of the adult or student code of conduct. Absolutely. Report to the principal, and the principal should take action.
Wonderful. And likewise with parents, they can reach out to whether it be the teacher or the school administration, or even to the broader, to the us. We get that over in you guys' hands quickly, correct?
Absolutely. Right. We're still saying if somebody sees something that they believe is unsafe, then they should, in this environment, then they should let us know so that we can work to correct it. Right. And we have I purposely brought up the Department of Health and their enforcement unit and this is not just a violation of, say, a school rule, but it's a violation of a county rule right now. And so the county Department of Health can and will be involved as needed.
And we, of course, do we have like things that would be, there to remind? We know that when we're acclimating into new environments, that sometimes we're all visual. And so do you guys have anything planned in way of, like information, video, postering, interaction, incorporation of it into maybe even the curriculum during health time or something to that effect?
So yes to most of all of that. We are planning on doing some videos. Both for students, parents, and staff. We'll do some staff training on safety protocols within the building, moving about the building, congregating, mask wearing, social distancing, reporting. That will all be part of it as we work towards implementing and bringing students back into school buildings safely.
Great. And my second brief question is, of course, it sounds to me like we're now going through what a lot of our businesses had to do very early on that are in the retail and service, whether it be in food and otherwise. So this is maybe more of a statement than a question, but it seems to me like we're now going through that exercise, and we've got a lot more employees. So I know that these can be met with great trepidation and confusion. Dr. Arlotto, you've been doing a weekly reopening, I believe. Is it weekly, right?
Yes,
Video that, and thank you so very, very much for it. I know it's helpful. Is that another way we'll be able to reach out to, as a school community, to make sure that everybody has the correct information, correct? In other words, this is going to be interactive throughout its entire deployment and processing and implementation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I have
ma'am.
no further questions, but I know that we probably have at least 3 or 4 members who do, so perhaps we could just go do a full roll call one more time, and I think we'll be able to probably end up addressing the majority of the remaining questions. And
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
defer back over to you. We'll keep
Okay.
to the 2 questions if possible. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mrs. Hummer, we'll start back with you.
Yes, thank you. And first off, I want to apologize to the public. A little earlier, there was a technical glitch. Something happened on my end of the computer, and as we tried to clear it out, solitaire popped up on there, and that gives the impression I was not playing solitaire. I had about 12 different windows on my computer, and that's the one that popped up. But it did come across as disrespectful, and I want to apologize to everyone. I assure you that I am listening carefully. I'm taking notes. I've been reading and responding to all the emails. And so, but I just, that was on me. That's what I get for not closing out any windows on my computer throughout the day. So, but my question is, I have heard one great concern that we've heard from teachers is about childcare for their own children, if they have to come back into the school building. And I know that some other counties have had the option that teachers, that their children could come and do their virtual schoolwork in the classroom with their teacher while she's teaching. Is that an option that we will have for our teachers as well? You're muted.
I'm going to learn one of these days. Yes, ma'am. We are working on that. In fact, I met with some of our staff earlier today about that very issue. And so we would like to find a way to allow teachers, while they are teaching virtually from their classrooms, that have childcare issues, and if they want to bring their school-age child with them to work. There are some risk management issues that we have to work through, legalities, but my team believes that we can work through those and that we can invite teachers to do that if they so choose.
I think that would put a lot of teachers' minds at ease as they were the concerns when it comes to childcare. Another question, so as we had talked earlier about targeting groups to come back, and we began with some of our students at our special education centers, and we had talked about then focusing on students at our regional centers. I didn't hear that in any of these openings. We've talked about bringing pre-K to 2, which would include students in our regional programs or ACC classes in those grades. Is there any, are we looking to target some more of those students to bring them back at the same time as those pre-K to 2 students, even if they're in grade 3, 4, 5? So.
Yeah, we're going to, we want to continue that sort of slow roll. So as we started with our special centers, we are, as you said, very specifically, because they are engaged at that specific grade level, ECI and the ACC classes, they would come back when their grade level appropriate time is on that timeline. But we would then start to target some of the regional centers and autism and bring those students back also. So they're not going to fit as neatly into those same dates, but we would start to roll them. And Dr. McMahon, Bobby Pedrick, and the team are working on what that will look like and how we can continue to bring those sort of slow roll those students back into the school building and invite them in for instruction with their teachers.
And that would include not just elementary, but that would be middle and high school students as well in those programs, or are we just talking elementary at this time?
Yeah, so right now we're just talking about elementary, but we are having that conversation. I was in that conversation last Friday, I think it was, maybe Thursday, about how we can start to invite, say, do we bring in just the just the youngest learners, the elementary learners at Phoenix, for example, or do we start to bring back the whole Phoenix building? And so those are some of the conversations that we're beginning to have about how we can bring them back in.
All right, and I just want to, we've gotten some emails and there's been some questions from the board that bring about that it's not appropriate that we would have the kids coming in to sit with a Chromebook for 6 hours in the school. And I just want to stress that everything I've heard from Dr. K and from you is that that is not what it would look like for hybrid learning. That while it will not be as active, it's probably as much movement as we have in the regular classroom. Everything that I've heard and that I've knowing our teachers, they're going to be creative and having students moving and doing around. And I don't believe that it's going to be the replica of just sitting in front of a Chromebook. I think there will be student interaction. I think everything indicates that they will have interaction with their teachers and with their peers in a different form, but have that. So any parents that are listening and think we would just bring them back to the school building to sit in front of a Chromebook for 6 hours, that's not what we envision for the hybrid learning. Correct.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. That's exactly right. That's not the point. The point is not to come in and open up your Chromebook. We'll ask them to bring their Chromebook because there will still be some interaction that they'll need to do some of their work on the Chromebook. And as we talked about their, if they're, say, an art class, depending on when their not everybody's art class is on Monday or on Tuesday. It could be on Thursday or on Friday. And so when that art class is where they might open up and have their virtual art class, and they could either be, depending on whether they're an A-day student or a B-day student, they could be at home or they could be in that classroom. But the point of bringing them in is to have that interaction with their teacher and their peers and not just to be on a screen. So no, that is not the plan. They will need their Chromebook. They'll need to bring it with them as part of their instructional model, just like they used them prior to COVID. They would go to the cart, as you well know, and unplug it and utilize the Chromebook in the classroom. They'll still need it for those lessons, but it would not be them sitting in front of the screen as they are now, in front of the computer with their teacher talking to them, and the teacher's just looking at a screen at the front of the room. No, the teacher would be interacting with those students that are face to face with her or him in their classroom.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Smith.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I actually have a few questions, but a few are just yes or no. So I think we can just get those out the way real quick. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So the first one is how will, I guess, clubs look when we have this new hybrid? From a high school perspective, you have, not every student is going to be, some students are going to be on the hybrid schedule and some students are going to be on the 100% virtual schedule with different start times. So I guess we push the club times back in the day.
So I don't know. That's a great question. I don't have an answer to how we would schedule clubs in the hybrid environment, because you're right. We'll have students that'll be on a virtual schedule, have students that have been a hybrid schedule. So I honestly don't know how we'll do clubs in the high school environment when we bring them back into hybrid.
Okay, and I guess the daycare centers in the schools, those will remain closed.
The daycare centers in the schools are open now and have been open.
Okay, my mistake. Okay, so I guess since we don't know anything about clubs, I guess, do you know anything about class transitions?
I don't. So we'll have them, right? We'll have class transitions. It'll have to be very coordinated, right? We couldn't have half of the Meade students, right? 12 or 1,300 students all moving about the building at the same time. So that's part of the planning we have to do at the secondary level. Again, that's so different, as you can imagine, than the elementary level, about how we'll move students about a building so they can get from one class to the next. But that's part of the coordinated planning that we have to put together. It's part of the logistics that we have to work out, school by school. I did have a conversation with the high school principals a week ago and asked them to start thinking about how movement in their buildings will look eventually when students return.
Great, thank you. And so back to, I guess, elementary school teacher schedules. So how will an elementary teacher plan if students are not leaving to go to these specials, right? Normally after time, normally after break time, when they can use the bathroom. So how will we still give them that?
We'll have to have TAs assist. So we're looking to hire more TAs that can assist, right? So when it's time to eat lunch and the teacher needs to have their lunch break because they're deserving of that also, we may have to bring a TA. Where we have not been able to employ our lunch recess monitors, we can employ them now to assist with lunches and those kinds of things. So yeah, we realize that teachers are going to need a break during the day away from their students that are there face to face, and we'll have to incorporate some other staff to help us do that.
Great. What about teachers without their own workspaces, right? Some teachers without their own workspaces, how will we accommodate them?
Teachers without, mean teachers that share classrooms?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So that's, again, primarily that's at the secondary level. We don't have very many elementary school teachers that teach that share classrooms because they're in those same classrooms all day long with their second graders or their fifth graders. But where there are any shared spaces, we've asked the principals to work that out with their teachers to find them an appropriate space to do their virtual teaching.
Great. And if a teacher teaches at more than one school, I guess how will that work? I got an email from a gym teacher. He says that he teaches at 3 different schools.
Yeah. So he'll continue, or she will continue, or they will continue to teach virtually.
Okay, so they'll remain okay. And lastly, so every teacher, no matter the grade, will be going back October 26th.
Yes, sir. That's the plan that we talked about. Yes, sir.
And also on the plan, we had secondary schools, to be determined, right, later in the year. So once again, my whole thing, bodies in the building, would it make sense to really have these teachers teaching every day from the building? Maybe we could go somewhere where maybe just, Monday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they're just in the building. Tuesday, Thursday, they're back at home teaching. For secondary teachers, until, more students start to transition, more students actually start coming into the schools. Could we do something like that?
That's if you think that's best and your colleagues do on the board, I don't. I'm recommending that all the teachers come back on the 26th. I hear exactly what you're saying, but I believe it's time for us, as I mentioned earlier when you asked this question earlier, Mr. Smith, that I think it's time that we start to get back to our school environments, that we start getting used to returning to the school building because we've been out of school buildings for so long. I think it's best that we ask all of those teachers to take that on equally, and so that they're all back in their classrooms teaching virtually, at least in the beginning. Of course, the elementary school teachers will eventually have students before the middle school or the high school teachers have their students back. But my recommendation is that we ask all the teachers to return to their schools and their classrooms at the same time on the 26th. You and your colleagues might feel differently about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just, yeah. I get that, everybody coming back to get readjusted, right? Reacclimated to, teaching from the classroom. But after a while, I think teachers would already get adjusted, right? Maybe after the first month of going in every day, then we can start this, only 3 days a week you go in. Just because I think if we have, less bodies in the building, I just think that, it'd be a smoother transition. And then we're still in a pandemic, right? Stuff is still going on. So maybe it'd be nice, 2 days out of the week, you can still go home and take care of your priorities.
Okay. I would disagree in that the priorities are teaching our students, right? That's the student, our students are the priority. And that takes nothing away from our teachers and our staffs and their families and their own health and well-being. That's a separate and different conversation. But when you talk about priorities, the priority is teaching our students 5 days a week.
Yeah, I think
that's the priority as a school system, as I see it.
Of course, Dr. Hall, and I think I misspoke. Sorry about that. Instead of priorities, other obligations, right? They're obligated to teach our students, but then they're also obligated to take care of, their families in a pandemic. I'm not trying to go back and forth. I mean, it's all respect. Just saying what I have to say.
Yeah, no, understood. And you and I have talked about this before in our monthly conversations. Absolutely. I don't disagree with you. I'm of the opinion that we should have all of our teachers return on the 26th.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Arlo. Those are my
Yes,
questions.
sir. Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Back to our elementary students. So throughout the virtual learning process before tonight, we have heard as board members, and I'm sure you have as well, time and again from parents who are very concerned that the amount of time spent on synchronous learning in the remote learning situation just is very, very difficult for many of our elementary students. And now, as we introduce a hybrid plan that poses an additional concern for both our teachers and students, as the whole point of bringing them back to the classroom is that interaction between the teacher and their students in the classroom. So it's going to be very difficult for our teachers to manage an online environment at the same time. And again, going back, that much time spent in this virtual environment for our youngest learners has just been extremely challenging. So I know that it is a state mandate that basically directs us to have 3.5 hours at a minimum of synchronous learning per day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you agree that if there was a way to get some flexibility there, that could solve some of these problems, or at least improve the situation? First of all, perhaps some sort of alternative activities. In other words, if parents are in a situation where they can choose for their student to do work with their student, similar to the way they did in the spring when their student is home, and minimize the synchronous learning aspect if that works for them. And that's going to benefit that student who's struggling, and it's going to benefit the classroom that's happening in person, correct? Do you agree that if we could get some flexibility from the state on this, that you might have a little more room to work out these issues?
So I don't know that we're going to get any flexibility from the state. I would say a couple of things in response, Mrs. Ellis, that while I am absolutely hearing from some parents about the difficulty or the amount of what is deemed as screen time, the synchronous learning for the early learners is difficult, and that we should reduce that. Likewise, I'm hearing from some parents saying it's not enough, that we're not engaging their children enough during the course of the day. So there's a bit of a juxtaposition there. I would say also that in the hybrid model, we may be building our own flexibility in, to use your term. What I mean by that is we have to have this 3.5 hours average across the week. And so if students are actually in the school building face to face for 6 hours a day or 6.5 hours a day, 2 days a week, that gets us sort of ahead, where we then maybe could be flexible, where the students that are at home aren't always synchronous in the learning that's happening in the classroom necessarily. They could be doing some asynchronous things, and it could be less, to use the term, screen time. This is now, we, the superintendents, have asked for some clarification from the state on what synchronous and what the synchronous and asynchronous can be when we begin to bring students back in to school buildings. There are 2 jurisdictions that I know of that are going to open up in the next week or two to full school learning. Everybody else is either going to stay fully virtual, or a number of counties like us are looking to open in a hybrid environment. And so I would hope that the state would give us some guidance that as we go to, as we introduce the hybrid model, that we may now have some, to use your term, flexibility with the non-in-person days, if that makes sense.
Yes,
So thinking out loud down the road, because it's an average that the state has requested. And if I see us with students that are in school for 6 hours a day, face to face, that counts as synchronous. I think you would think the same thing, but we would have to get clarification from the state on that.
Okay, I mean, that sounds like a possible solution, to where those students who are learning from home that day would only need to check in for a short period of time in the classroom on the days that they're home.
Yeah,
and
something like that to balance it out is what I think you're suggesting.
Yes, because I was going to ask if it would be beneficial as a board for us to come together with a statement reaching out to the state asking for some flexibility on that, but on that 3.5 hour mandate. But if what you're saying turns out to be a solution, that may go a long way.
We're going to continue to work on it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that question again was concerned for our students, but also for our teachers, our elementary teachers. I've been hearing from them all day, concerned about how they're going to manage face-to-face students with their online class. And we can't make this, I know you would not want to make this unmanageable for our teachers.
I totally agree. I don't want to make it unmanageable. But I also, at the same time, and Mr. Gilliland referenced it in his comments, it's not going to be easy. But it's a way of keeping teachers and students together that have already built relationships thus far into the school year. Otherwise, you would have students face-to-face with their teacher on the days they're in class, 2 days a week. The other 3 days, they would be completely asynchronous.
Right. So
and that won't get us where we need to be with the state, I don't believe.
Would it be possible for a, let's say, K through 12 classroom, any of those grades, to have a TA that is able to manage keeping students on task in the virtual environment while the teacher is teaching to the kids in the classroom? Because that teacher, our youngest learners, I mean, just they're having technical issues all the time that, they just can't, a teacher in the classroom, that's, again, we're deeply impacting the benefits of what we're trying to do here. If our teacher in the classroom is helping a student online manage a technical issue. So is that a possibility, is to have TAs for our lower grades to help them in the virtual environment while the teacher is teaching?
I don't know that we will. So I think it sounds like a great idea. We know that we need to access some TAs to give teachers breaks and to help manage lunch during encore time and that kind of thing for teachers. So they still have their planning and other built in their schedule. But I don't know that we'd be able to get a TA for every elementary classroom. I just don't think we'd be able to physically find a TA that we could assign to every elementary classroom.
K through 2? I wasn't talking about all the way through 6.
Oh, I thought you said K to 12.
No.
But
no.
But just in the elementary level, if we looked at just pre-K to 2, I don't know that we could get a TA for every classroom. I mean, that's a lot of classes. But we are trying to secure more TAs, and we're using some of the latest funds, reopening funds that Dr. Salmon has released so that we can purchase more TAs so that we can distribute them among the elementary classrooms. So we can make this hybrid model work as best as possible.
Okay, thinking out loud now, because I was a room mom and was in the classroom sometimes helping out. That's years ago. Is it possible to fill in the gaps? In other words, get as many TAs as you can and to fill in the gaps with some volunteers until we can get up to the number we need.
I don't know in a time of COVID that volunteers are a great idea. Again, we want to limit the number of people that are interacting with the other adults in the building and the students. But it's certainly something I can talk to Dr. Kalyana about to see if he would support us bringing in volunteers into classrooms.
Okay. And again, we've mentioned the hundreds of emails we've all gone through. And as you know, my questions are coming from all of the feedback we've been receiving. Can you break down for us how much input from our teachers has factored into your plans, and tell us how that occurred?
In which plans? So are you talking about the timeline?
In the development of the hybrid plan.
So the timeline was something that was worked out. I didn't go to all of our planning committees. The timeline was worked out very specifically with what our Department of Health would support. And then we began planning how we would implement that timeline. So there has been, there's an executive committee, I don't know if I have that word right, Dr. McMahon, but of the 14 committees, several of them were engaged in conversations about what the hybrid model will look like. I've been in conversations with my colleagues around the state about how they're implementing the hybrid model, so I could learn from them to see what they're looking to implement. In terms of ongoing conversations with members of our TAC leadership, I know that there have been ongoing meetings since March. There were meetings with Mr. Leone and what we call ASI TAC, and there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those in May, 4 of those in June, 1 in August that I know of, 1 in July, 4 in August. They've met in September 8th, September 21st, September 24th. There were 2 meetings, one of secondary school ASI TAC meetings. That's a combination of teachers and our team here, as well as the elementary team. And I know that Melissa Rawls has been in constant contact with Mr. Leone, part of the negotiations team with TAC, as well as others. There are meetings that are, if you're looking for dates, August 4, 7, 11, 12, 19, 21, September 3, September 8, September 15, September 25th, October 2nd. There was a meeting today, October 5th. So there have been ongoing meetings and conversations with TAC leadership as well as what we call ASI TAC, again, which is a combination of teachers and our team here to talk about instructional issues. This predates COVID. We've had these meetings, what we call, ASI TAC for a number of years. And they have continued, so we can continue to get input even in this virtual environment, more importantly in this virtual environment, to see how things are working. So they've been part of those conversations really since March. When
and
we
the reopening committees, they sit on some of those.
They
but
sit on
not
4 of the 14 committees.
Okay.
They have TAC in particular has representation on 4 of those. I believe it's 4 of those 14 committees.
Right. Can you explain why they were not on more of the committees? And I think I know, but I'd like to hear.
I'll let Dr. McMahon talk about the committees and their makeup. I don't know that every committee is appropriate to have a member of the TAC leadership or member of the TAC on every committee, but certainly Dr. McMahon can share that work.
So as you know, we have several bargaining units, and we try to allow bargaining unit representation on all across the 14 committees. So we have PAC on 4, we have AEL on 4. I can't remember how many SAAC have, 3 or 4, as well as AFSCME. So the notion was that the bargaining units need a presence, and then the idea is that everyone talks to everybody, whether that is during the committee meetings or away from the committee meetings.
Okay, I mean, I was looking at the committees earlier, and I don't have it in front of me, but I mean, some of them were like facilities, human resources, transportation. So those may be committees where you wouldn't necessarily have a teacher, you'd have them more on the academics and the classroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. And finally, so this is new to everyone in the world, right? As we're moving forward, and we're all constantly learning. So whatever plan is rolled out before us tonight or moving forward, I assume there's constantly going to be adjustments made as we implement and see where we need to adjust. Am I correct about that?
Sure.
We're not just committed to any plan, full out. We will have, if something's not working, you will adjust.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I might have a couple of quick questions once we've finished the round, but I'm that's the bulk of what I had. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes. Thank you again. I have a logistical question about all encores and elementary school, because if you have a group of students that are hybrid and then a group of students that are all virtual, and the current all virtual schedule looks something like, I don't know if this will show up, something like that, where, on Monday there's cultural art. This is just for one 4th grade class, cultural arts, with music, and then Tuesday is media, and then Wednesday is computer science and environmental literacy, and then art, and then PE. And this is for the all virtual environment for one class. But now we're taking our classes and we're splitting them into 2, one that's hybrid and one that's all virtual. Won't that double the workload for our cultural arts teachers? And then if one group is starting at 8:30, which is way more developmentally appropriate, and the other is starting at 9:45, then how will this all work when our music and our art teachers have to balance not just one 4th grade class, but 4 4th grade classes, 4 5th grade, all the way on down to pre-K? So can you help me understand that puzzle?
Sure. Dr. McMahon?
Yes, certainly. So Mrs. Schalheim, the cultural arts, the hybrid students are just that. They're hybrid. They're virtual and in person, 2 and 3 days a week, right? So that group of students, 20 to 25 groups of students, they will stay in that classroom, that cohort, right? And the cultural arts teachers in that school will manage the hybrid instruction, and the virtual students on the other side of that will have the same school day, right? So when we move, whatever we move to the timing of the school day, the virtual will move with them. And so it will be aligned just as it is now. So just imagine the whole day either moving down a little bit this way or up a little bit that way. So the teachers will move with the slide of the day.
Okay,
Now,
so that's totally different than what I heard earlier, which was if my child is staying all virtual, that she will retain her 8:30 to 3 o'clock schedule, whereas if my child decided to go back to Folger, it would be 9:45 to 4:05.
So there is an option when you see it later, Mrs. Schalheim, that is called virtual for the full year. And those students, virtual for the full year, they can retain their 8:30 start that they have now, 8:30 to approximately 3 o'clock. But those students, what they retain that, but they're highly likely to change teachers, because those students are saying, I want to be virtual for the whole year. We envision less of them wanting that choice. And so it's highly likely that they might have a teacher change one time. They would have their teacher change in November, and they would keep that teacher throughout the remainder of the year. For that teacher change, though, they would be able to keep their time schedule.
Right, but I'm still not understanding how a cultural arts teacher who has a bunch of different classes from pre-K again to 5th grade all in one school, or maybe they go to a few different schools, maybe they have 500 kids a week. I don't know how that workload is being affected when half of your students have one schedule from 9:45 to 4:10, and the other half or the other percentage have a schedule from 8:30 to 3, and how that is possibly going to work.
So we have cultural arts teachers that teach on Monday at a school. Then they teach on Tuesday, perhaps at another school. Those two schedules could be slightly different from one another. We already know that, right? So that what they're doing on one day at Smith Elementary, they're doing differently the next day, time-wise, ever so slightly, at Jackson Elementary, right? Depending on the start times. Now, that is different from the whole full year virtual. And the cultural arts teachers that are going to be assigned to this full year virtual is yet another group of teachers. So the complexity of the variables of this problem is huge. And you're right in asking all the questions. How does it work? We have figured out how to do it, but it isn't simple.
All right, so the art teacher at Severna Park Elementary on a Monday will still have two groups of students. One group that starts at, I think they had a more reasonable start time before this, whatever that was, 8 something, but they'll have another group that starts at 8:30. So you're saying that you're now going to have two sets of cultural arts students, one that does the all hybrid and one that does the all virtual? I mean, the hybrid and one does, because I'm still not, I'm sorry,
Right.
I'm still not.
So no, it's okay. I mean, it takes a while to get it. And what it means is really you have a cultural arts teacher who's teaching at Severna Park Elementary on their new schedule times, whatever they are. And they will teach the hybrid students and the rest of their cohort that is virtual. Now, you also have a virtual school out here that doesn't change start times, and there is a group of cultural arts teachers that will be assigned to that. Think of that as a school out here, because they're going to stay virtual all year long.
Or all semester.
Right, or all semester, but the year-long ones don't change their schedule. The semester ones do, because the semester virtual children really still stay with the students in Severna Park. They stay with their students and their teachers in Severna Park Elementary, to use your example. So there's 3 things going on simultaneously here. They're a little tricky, but trust me when I say the cultural arts all works out. However, teachers are teaching at new time schedules, just like students are going to school in those new time schedules.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm a virtual,
okay.
I'm a visual learner, so I'm just gonna bring it home. If I elect, because we're all thinking about, and this is not just me, this is all the parents out there watching and everyone online, and my phone has been on fire since we started 3.5 hours ago. So if I'm thinking about my own child and say, like, that person's not quite ready, we don't think that person should go back for the rest of the semester. We're still, we see the numbers. They're still, at 10, about 9.6 case rate was today. So we're not anywhere near 5, y'all, just so we're clear. But we haven't made the decision for the whole year. You're saying that between November 30th and January, whatever it is, if my child wants to be all virtual for that point of, for that length of time, they're gonna, instead of staying from 8:30 to 3, they're gonna be 9:45 to 4:10.
Correct.
All right. Yeah, all of this needs to be put out very, very clearly to our parents before our parents should be tasked with making this decision, and before our teachers. I know that our teachers are going to need to make a lot of choices too, right? You know, like, am I comfortable coming back? You know, do I need an accommodation of some kind? I think all of this needs to be put out as clearly as possible, as if we were all for, before decisions need to be made. I'm, you know, I really want choice. I've been advocating for choice. I'm not going to presume what another family is going through, what their circumstances are. But this is so unclear to me at this point, because now we have now the 8:30 to 3 that was working with the 2-hour break in the middle, which is fabulous. I think we can all agree, will disappear in favor of the 9:45 to 4:10 thing that I'm still, but she's still all virtual. And then, but if she bumps that, then she'll get another set of teachers that, in my opinion, probably won't even be at her school, right? Because then we're going to have this.
They may or may not.
Anyone.
They may or may not be. That's correct.
Oh, this is a mess. So yeah, I think we need a lot of communication. I think we need to be communicating as clear as day to our teachers too. I don't get the sense, based on the emails I've gotten, that they've been, or that they feel they've been properly communicated with. I know the website, there was a glitch and the website went live before it was meant to, and like the board hasn't seen it or whatever, because I was looking at the reopening plan this afternoon. So that was weird. And so I want this to go down well for everyone. I want everyone to feel supported and cared about and respected. Parents, teachers, staff, all the rest of it. So I think we need to really communicate this hard. I know I'm being really blunt tonight, but I can't not be at this point. All right. So I have some other questions. So masks for all staff at all times, correct? So if the students aren't in the room, but my colleague is, I still have to wear that mask, correct? Okay, I don't think that's, I've been hearing some noise. I'll get with you all about that separately, but I think that needs to be communicated. I know that's different in a sort of cubicle environment in central office and maybe at a school building, but I still think that needs to be communicated, just so, you know, we can't presume what our other fellow teachers are going through too. So, you know, wearing it properly all the time, I think it has to happen. You mentioned something about discouraging water fountain use, but I think we learned through, you know, the leaded water situations of the past that, you know, even when that was going on, the kids still didn't want to bring water bottles. You know, they made use of the water fountains. We're not going to shut them off in any school, correct? We're going to discourage it. But if the kid is thirsty and they don't have a water bottle, obviously we're not going to tell them no, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then what about classes? I mean, it's all great to think that all of our classes are 23 or 25 kids, but we know that that's not true, right? Because some of the kids in elementary school are 30 and above. And so have we thought about how that looks even when splitting them in half, and if we have space for that?
Yes, we have looked at the fact that we can get 12 students in a classroom. And in most cases, our elementary classrooms, if you figure in any one classroom based on the national data, you're not going to have 100% want to come back hybrid. So in most cases, we'll be able to split them. In the rare case where everyone wants to come back, if we're over that number, we would have to change classrooms for those students. But remember, we're going to have to change classrooms for some students anyway, just simply because their choice to come back and their teacher's choice to come back doesn't match. So,
Right. So So the pool of teachers that decide or that are approved not to come back and to manage it from all virtual. So though that's like creating a new school, right? That's like creating an all virtual school.
Correct.
And I have questions about relationships, obviously, and then I have questions about differentiated teaching. So like we just all done the iReady stuff. And so our students, teachers are all pretty knowledgeable about where their students lie. So all of that would have to.
It would follow the child, it would follow the student, and there would have to be time for the new teacher to review that material such that they would know where their new community of learners is.
And then if the all virtual classes, will they still have differentiated teaching, ALPS, William
Yes.
and Mary, all of that stuff?
Yes, the all virtual
band.
Right,
all
the
of it?
virtual will look just like it looks right now, right? It will be the schedule that you have right now. Maybe not the times, but the schedule you have right now, an AM block, a midday block, a PM block, with all the cultural arts and all the pieces, just like you have now.
Including band and all the rest of it.
That's
But
correct.
it wouldn't be band at Folger or Jones or Oak Hill or Belvedere or Windsor Farm. It would be band virtual school X.
The virtual half-year students would stay. So at your daughter's school, the virtual would stay with that school. The virtual full year is where, think about it as a virtual school for students across the county. And then they would have their own band, so to speak, right? They would have their band based on the full year band.
Is it possible to query the teachers before so we can have that be part of the communication to our parents as to how this will look for because I can hear the emails being typed. So my son's teacher might not come back to the school, as it were. So how will that?
We have to be careful because it's confidential information from the teacher point of view, right? It could be a medical issue. It could be a medical issue of themselves or someone at home. It could be a child care issue, but it's really very personal information. So we can't share what the teacher is necessarily going to do with the parents.
Okay. Looking at my list. Okay. I think that's all I have at the moment. I'm really struggling, y'all. But I know you all are too, and this is a heavy lift, and I appreciate all of your work, and I know that my anxiety tonight doesn't come close to probably what the rest of you are feeling, and so please don't take my bluntness as disrespect. It's not. I'm just trying to understand, and I am grateful for everything you all are doing. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Scholheim, I'd like to respond to that in that your questions are important ones, and they're ones that we're struggling with on a minute by minute basis, and we have been for months. I don't like going hybrid. I really don't, for all the reasons you're talking about. I don't like it. It's the right thing to do to give a choice for those families and those students that really need to be in some face-to-face instruction, right? That's the point of it. But there's not a lot good about it because teachers will need to make decisions for themselves. Parents need to make decisions they think are in the best interest, as you said, for their children. As Dr. McMahon said, sometimes that will match and sometimes it won't. We will have to create some sort of an online school, as you said, and we'll take teachers. We may have to reassign teachers, right? I may have to reassign a cultural arts teacher from Severna Park Elementary into another place, and into another school based on what the staffing issues are. And we just won't know that until we survey the parents and ask them what they want to do. and we'll have to, and we'll do the same with the teachers. They'll have an opportunity. We won't survey them, but they'll have an opportunity to apply for an accommodation, medical or otherwise, that's appropriate, and we would want them to do that. But there's no real good answers in the hybrid model. It is going to take everything we've done in terms of building relationships many times in this environment, in virtual environment, and it's going to turn some of it topsy-turvy. And there's no good way to put that. We've been studying models, and I could tell you most of our colleagues that I've talked to around the state that are going to implement a hybrid model are going to do it almost identical to the way we are going to do it. And we're sharing some things and to see how to make it work, but it is the logistics involved in trying to make a hybrid model work, anywhere from, as we've talked tonight, transportation to food service to cultural arts to who's my teacher going to be and what schedule am I going to be on, is all logistics that we have to work out. And we think we've worked most of them out. There aren't a lot of great answers, but we think we've worked most of them out. And so I think there will be, and I said this in my remarks several hours ago, that I will not be surprised at all that we have a fair number of parents that will pick to stay virtual. And that will be the right thing for them, because of all the things that you just brought up and that we're talking about. The logistics of hybrid, anybody that thinks it's easy is absolutely incorrect. And that's why I so much appreciate you asking those questions, because it brings to the surface for people, wow, there's a lot to this. And there is, including how a teacher is going to talk to students in their classroom live and still have students, as Mr. Gillen talked about, on a screen and having to interact with both.
This is proverbial being between a massive rock and a massive hard place, because now we all have to choose between the relationship, whether or not we're willing to roll the dice on COVID with our kid, the school schedule, which in some cases, I'm going to put it out there again, wasn't appropriate to start with, and then also losing the identity that child had with that school, because they're not going to be part of that school. They're going to be with kids, for better or worse, from all other parts of the county, which I see a lot of good things about, because my part of the county lacks a little bit of diversity, and that would be great to have. But then she's not really a Folger kid anymore, or Severna Park kid, or Windsor Farm kid, or Belvedere kid, because then they're all virtual. So this is like I said, this is a mess. And I don't envy y'all at all. And I'm gosh, it just makes my anxiety go through the ceiling just even talking about it. But there's so many decisions. So I just implore you all to, we've all had to accommodate and adjust for this 8:30 to 3 model, or whatever the middle and high school thing is. Sorry, I don't have it memorized. I know it's very similar. And I implore you to stick with it. Federally, we don't have to provide transportation to any other child other than special needs, as far as I'm aware. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But maybe this is a great chance and opportunity to think outside the box and to limit that transportation to only those kids who really need it. They cannot get to school another way, And so therefore, if we can take some buses off the roads and we're not having to be driven by them to produce our schedules. Because I know that that's the driving force, right? That's why we can't have nice things and age-appropriate start times, is because of the transportation issue. So, I want to see this choice, but with the least amount of change possible for the parents and the families that have already had to bend over backwards to make this work. So anyway, that's what I have so far.
Right, and in that, and you use the word change, you want us to limit the change as much as possible. We would like to do the same, but going from 100% virtual to a hybrid model, there's going to be change for everybody. Period. There's going to be change for everybody.
I know, but what wasn't working before is definitely not going to work now. And I'll just leave it there. I know other people want to chime in.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. As we move further and further into the night, I'll be brief with my questions, but I would request that if it requires more, let me know and we can talk about it offline. I want to address first absenteeism. First, for the students, as we move into the hybrid mode, there will be confusion as far as, am I supposed to go to school today? Am I supposed to go to school the next day? Or whatever the case may be. There will also be some situations where the parent may make a call as to whether or not the child, even though they agreed for him or her to go to school, it may be that they make a call that particular day that my child is too sick to attend. So that introduces a new form of reinforcement in terms of absence. Are we looking to separate how we view a COVID-related absenteeism from the standard when it comes to our students?
I don't believe so, no. A COVID-related absence would be an illness, and that would be up to the parent to make that decision. In fact, we will be encouraging parents that if their children, certainly we hope that nobody gets COVID, but of course flu and season will be about very soon, and anybody that is showing signs of COVID-like symptoms, we would be asking the parents to keep that child at home, and that will be an excused absence.
Excellent. And then if it's just a cautious call, will the student that would normally need to be in person, would that student be allowed the opportunity to sign in virtually?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I move on to the absences for our staff and our teachers. I understand that they can put in the request for accommodations, which I think is definitely in any workplace, that is an awesome means of, like a better term, accommodating the need at the time. Have there been considerations, though, of a separate accommodation altogether for COVID-related absences? For example, if a teacher comes and has recognized symptoms of COVID and they have gone to the department heads or to the principal and like, well, I would prefer not to come back tomorrow because of what I've witnessed here. Would that person be allowed then to do that and telework, or will they have to take their own leave if they make that choice?
I do not have an answer, Mrs. Antoine.
Okay.
I think I understand what you're asking, in that if you're saying if the staff member doesn't necessarily test positive for COVID but is not feeling well, we too would ask them, like we would ask a parent, that we would ask that staff member to stay home. If they are presenting with COVID-like symptoms and we don't know whether they have COVID or not, right? They haven't been officially tested or tested positive, we would ask that they stay home so they're not spreading anything, just like we would for students. Is that what you're asking?
And that's what I'm getting at. I also want to address the choice to self-quarantine if they feel like they've been exposed as well. There may be parents who said, oh, you know, my child just has the flu today and not COVID, but the anxieties that are being introduced in this environment right now because of COVID, a lot of illnesses have similar symptoms. And so if they choose to self-quarantine, would they be allowed to do that, or would they have to take a leave of absence?
And that's I don't have an answer to that question about specifically about a leave of absence. I'm making a note to myself to talk with our HR folks.
Yes, please. I just believe that as we move in, I have addressed many times the need to maintain integrity in our education system while managing safely. And the hybrid solution allows a lot of students who are suffering right now in the virtual environment to have an opportunity to be educated more effectively. So I agree with the hybrid models as we're moving forward. I do want, as a member of the Board of Education, to work hand in hand with you, Dr. Arlotto, my other fellow board members, and those influencing how we move forward to include our teachers or staff. I want to work with you all to make the better decisions because this is new to all of us, as you pointed out. And the teach management grasp, we need to be able to do that very respectfully of one another, as well as putting safety first. So I appreciate your plan tonight. I appreciate your time tonight. And I'm looking forward to working with you on that. My final question addresses the students with special needs, as I always do. I'm very concerned about those students who are outside of the specialty centers. Will those parents have a similar choice when we move into the hybrid models? Or what kinds of choices with them being limited on the instructors that they'll be allowed to be engaged with?
So, Mrs. Antoine, at the elementary level, as we bring back pre-K to 2, there are primary ACC classrooms, and there are primary classrooms where students with autism are enrolled. And at that time, they're right now, as we go out, asking elementary parents for their choice. Those parents will also have a choice. And as we move to bringing grade 3 through 5 back, the same will happen.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. Well, I think that's all I have for tonight. President Corfell, you don't have to worry about round robin back to me. When you get to me, I will have no further comments. I appreciate everything that's being done, and I am saying a strong prayer for all of us as we move forward together.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon. It's good to see you as well. I think, this was somewhat clear to me until we got to Q&A, and I think, we've just peeled the onion so many times, and, for me, I still have a lot of questions, and I just want to try to be brief so that for me, this is not any of the answers you've given. It's just, this is Terry. Terry needs to understand this. And so forgive me if this is repetitive or redundant even. You explained earlier, Dr. Arlotto, sort of the balancing act that a teacher would have face-to-face and virtual simultaneously, the multiple modalities in the classroom. I get that and I understand that. At least I think I do. But take that aside, and this new I'm just going to call it AACPS virtual because it seems like we're heading in that direction. This tangential entity even. And when you reference those students are going to be on somewhat of a different schedule for reasons we've talked about, there's justification for it already, and I understand and appreciate that. But those students would have potentially a different teacher than they've had until now. How is, and I don't know whose question it was that you were responding to, that they could potentially be with students in other schools even. And I could see how the numbers, you've got to make the numbers work. I get that part. But if a student is a student at, just pick a school, a student is a student at Severna Park Elementary School today, will they still be a student at Severna Park Elementary School if they opt for the 100% virtual option, either through the end of the semester or through the end of the school year? Dr. Arlotto, you're on mute again. We need a clicker for you.
My apologies. They will be to answer your question, they will continue to be a Severna Park student. But if they're in the fully virtual model, where they just don't want to return into in-person instruction for the year, they may very well not have a Severna Park elementary teacher. They will remain enrolled at Severna Park Elementary School. That will be their home school. But they're 100% virtual, and they could very well have a non-Severna Park elementary teacher teaching them in the virtual environment.
So here's part two of that question, and I hope I'm not exposing things I'm not supposed to expose.
Too late.
In that scenario, and you both are principals at heart, teachers and principals at heart, so I know your former lives here. Would my principal change? So now I how is that working? Because you know what, parents and students, they love their teacher, and many of them love their principal, and they have the relationship with the principal who's known that kid longer than the teacher because the principal's had them for a couple of years, and then now all of a sudden I'm part of a class with a teacher who's from another school who has a different boss, that boss being the principal. How's that work?
Yep. So the short answer is I don't know how that works because we've never had to do it before.
Okay.
But your scenario is accurate. We could very well have, I don't know that I can ask a principal to manage all their hybrid learners and then extend that out to all the students that are out in the virtual world. So we may very well have to have a principal or assistant principals that are in charge of we may have to assign them depending on the number that remain virtual out in the virtual world. Again, this is, in going back to responding to Ms. Schalheim's, all those questions, and these are good ones, and you're not exposing anything. This is exactly the conversation that needs to happen and exactly the understanding that parents and staff and others need to know. This is not easy, and it's very, very messy. This concept of a hybrid model is not clean, and a lot of people, and that's the reason my comments, and you missed them because I was so eloquent early on, I assure you. But that was about 4 hours ago. But my point was at the time that this is not pretty, and people need to understand and make an informed decision. That is in part what I think Mrs. Schalheim was trying to get across. So yes, it could very well be. We will keep you in your home school. You'll be enrolled in your home school, but you may very well have, it all depends on how the numbers fall out at Severna Park Elementary, how many teachers will be teaching students face-to-face, and how many requests just to teach in the virtual environment. Wouldn't it be great if it just divided out perfectly and I could have Severna Park second grade teacher in the virtual world teaching only Severna Park second graders? Statistically speaking, that's not going to happen, and we're going to have to mix and match in order to make sure everybody's covered based on their choice. This is very, very messy.
And then I appreciate that. I get that. This helps me to understand the complexity, so that was the reason for my question. My last, I guess, comment, and I'll end because we've got part 2 of this tomorrow with sports and extracurriculars, and that will be fun. And then we're all together Wednesday night back at Riva Road. So we're just 1/3 of the way through this week. But something Mrs. Ellis said, and Dr. Arlato, I certainly trust your judgment vis-a-vis MSDE and dealing with the state board and state superintendent, and you have to work with them more than we do. But I do think some appropriate strong arming, if I may brand it that, since it's after 9 p.m. With the state superintendent is necessary. And I know you and your 23 counterparts are pushing that, but I think that message needs to be clearer and more resounding. And I trust your judgment on how to get that and make that case to the state, whether state superintendent, MSDE, or the state board, with regard just with regard to the synchronous, the 3.5 hours of synchronous each day. If it's a letter from PZAM, if it's a letter from MABE, if it's a joint letter from you and this board, I think we need to. I don't want to make assumptions that they're getting the message, because I don't know that they are as clearly. But I think we need to do our due diligence. And I don't know, Mrs. Ellis, if you were going in that direction. I just saw you pop up now, so I think it's something we ought to visit, perhaps tangentially from where we're going tonight. But again, Dr. Arlato, you have to work with them more. I do my day job a little bit, but as it relates to K through 12, you've got the relationships there, and I just think there needs to be some strong arming.
Understood. And that's exactly where, and I don't want to speak for myself, but she and I have had this conversation, and that's exactly where she's going, I think. No, I know that's exactly where she was. And it's absolutely appropriate for a Board of Education to advocate for policy, legislation, change, whatever it might be, and it does not get in my way. My relationship with MSDE is on sort of a working level, and policy and change and those kinds of things that you're talking about. There's nothing. It won't put me in a bad place if that's what you're asking. And there are some counties where their boards of education write and lobby and strong arm, to use your word, the Maryland State Board of Education all the time and frequently. I can tell you, PZAM, we write probably a letter, if not 2 a week. All the superintendents meet every Friday morning at 8 a.m. We have for months and months since we went to closure. And as we see issues, whether it's a definition of synchronous or asynchronous learning, whatever the issue is, we put a letter together and we send it forward. And sometimes it's addressed directly to Dr. Salmon, and sometimes it's addressed directly to the president of the Maryland State Board of Education. So if that's the will of the board, I think the board should move forward with that advocacy.
Excellent. I'll defer to our vice president on procedurally how you wanted to time that, if to entertain, because I know we still have rounds of questions. I don't want to make a motion just out of deference to the pecking order here. So thank you, Dr. Arlato, Dr. McMahon, thank you,
Yep.
And then Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell.
Before I have my questions, and I do have a couple actually. And it looks like we have several members thereafter. I believe the phone that I'm seeing, possibly Bob Live's telephone number popping up, and he may have joined us, possibly. And so I want to see if the other entry is possibly him, and if he had any questions before we proceed. Mr. Live, are you there? Is that you? Okay, we'll see if it is.
It is him. I
Yeah.
think he's having
Yeah.
trouble getting in.
Okay, yeah. So I'll ask my couple questions and then maybe we can jump him in before we presume with the next round. Because I know sometimes in phone access, there's double muting and stuff like that can cause some chaos between the devices and the and our system. So Dr. Arlotto, I wanted to, I mean, look, the realities of all this virus is it's incredibly heartbreaking, and it could be years before everybody settles into all of this. And we're constantly reminded of it. Yet when we do have to tackle that next step, I think some fear and trepidation is very normal and natural. And I think that our leadership here has done a great job to overcome those trepidations and to overcome that naturally occurring, especially in a crisis like this, sort of gut desire to hold back. And fear is not a place of good leadership, clearly, and is recognized in each and every single one of us. So, I look at this is our opportunity to strive ahead, because educating our students, we must. And we're frontliners at the end of the day. Every teacher is, every staff member is, every coach, every person, every volunteer. We're on the front line to ensure education continues in the best possible way ever. So my questions are more just confirmation things about resources that are available, because I think one of the fear factors, as Drake had indicated, and this is getting used to what we're going to just have to do, which is what our police have already done, and our firemen and our EMSs and our grocery store workers, and now our other food vendors and our hospital workers and our doctors and our dentists, and so many others, and all of the people keeping the HVAC on the hot days and on the cold days. Everybody has had to step up and face the reality of what it looks like to return to the next step and take the next step of in-person again. And so childcare is in the forefront. My understanding, and perhaps you guys could just maybe share, because this is not something that is directly AACPS, yet we know it affects everybody in any AACPS, indirectly or directly. My understanding is that Rex and Parks is working to target areas and opportunities to expand childcare. And then in addition to the state scholarship program, which I believe is called CCS, which is the Child Care Scholarship Program. And I want to thank some of our delegates for getting that information out to their constituency. But it's part of ensuring so that the people can't afford a Rex and Parks program can use the scholarship dollars for that or for other private care. I think there's some good opportunities that are out there, and maybe you guys could share a little bit of how our role in some of that, and opportunities that we'll be able to possibly help with the circumstances, whether it's a family that you guys are guiding in trying to make the decision of virtual and asynchronous versus synchronous, or maybe, a teacher. If you guys could just go through how our school's interfacing, and I know you guys are working really hard to help identify our vulnerable families that desperately need, whether it's frontline purposes or otherwise, that need this child care. But maybe we could expand a little bit more on it, because it seems like that's a big anxiety point. And I think that our success will be critical on everybody's, understanding of the resource availability.
Sure. So as you said from the outset, Childcare is really something that, it's not something that we develop within the schools, though we've got great partnerships with Rexon Park and several other childcare providers. There's a total of 5 that utilize our buildings in our SAC rooms and our specific spaces for childcare. Those are all up and running now, and they've been utilizing those spaces. There is specifically, and I'll ask Dr. McMahon to talk a little bit about the work that there is a childcare committee that has been working to identify gaps, identify issues, and work directly with our childcare providers around the county. Because while we know it's not necessarily our problem to solve, we know it impacts our staff and others in the community. And so we wanted to be a resource and a catalyst to help solve some of those problems. Dr. McMahon?
Correct, Dr. Arlotto, and we have over 20 sites currently around the county where the actual child care rooms are being used right now for daycare all day long, right, during this virtual world. And as we move into the hybrid world, there are continued discussions going on about, although they can't expand to classrooms because we'll be using the classrooms in the school, they may be able to increase the number of students depending on how many they have right now. So it's unique to every single school and how many are in each school. But yes, we're continuing those conversations, and those will be ramped up as we move further along the line. The other thing that's true is we have relationships with the daycare facilities, the private daycare facilities that aren't using our buildings. And they too are in discussion with us so that we're able to give information to families who call us to ask those questions of, I'm just coming up empty, I don't know where to seek childcare. So we have been helpful in some cases based on the partnerships.
So I think that, as we continue to populate, the information, disseminate the information, it seems to me, and that we have a lot of things in place and ready to roll. And so now it's that moment of it's time to do. And no one can get comfortable until they're in it. It's kind of like the swimming pool. You can stare at it, not to diminish the circumstance that we're in, but I really do think that, we're in that, that's the moment, and that's also the rub. I've talked to so many businesses as they are starting to integrate back to in-person themselves. And I know in our government workers too are now being asked to come back systematically to better meet the needs for the services that we have to provide. And, it's almost like there's a sort of a cloud following every individual right now. That's filled with anxiety, that's filled with fear and trepidation, because the unknown is the greatest fear of all mankind. But it is one that we know that we have the ability deep down inside to overcome. So I know that's going to require a lot of leadership. It's going to require leadership at every single level, starting with the board and Dr. Arlotto and rolling right on down for you, Dr. McMahon, and all of your team. And that's hard. That is not an easy thing to accomplish. And I think that's a lot what Dr. Arlotto was alluding to. We're not going to be able to create the perfect environment. We're not going to be able to meet all of the needs right now. But if we stay focused and we continue to support that which we can, then when we will be well prepared for that which we are not able to now, and allow it to happen in a better, I think, more productive way that will embrace the community's concerns and also face those fears of that unknown that I think, the visualizing of how it looks. So thank you guys very much. And I know it's all hands on deck on everything from childcare otherwise. We just need to now say out loud, we trust that everybody will be able to bring to the table what is necessary to get it done. I personally do. And I feel very strong about that. I know we need to work together to solve and iron a lot of things out. And I know there's a lot of good ideas out there that are being vetted through as quickly as possible. And so thank you guys very much for that. And I think it was important for people to hear again how committed we are indirectly and directly in the lives of our school communities. Greatly appreciated. Mr. Leib has joined us, Dr. Olato. So before we do our next round, because I see more than 2 hands up, we're going to have to do roll call order again. I know Mr. Smith had indicated he will not, or I'm sorry, Ms. Antoine indicated there was indications, but we have addressed additional information. So just say no comment, we'll move along fairly quickly. So if we could introduce Mr. Leib and then resume one more round of roll call here. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Leib, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Olato. I think I fear to have missed the first 5 chapters of a 6-chapter book here. I think I really do. I endorse our president's comments on this, and I'm just going to be silent for now and hear how the questioning goes around and just try and do my own catch up in my mind. So I'll hold on there, Madam President.
Sir. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Leib. We're glad you made it, and we know you had a very special ceremony at the Academy today with your class. Congratulations, and thanks for joining us after a special night.
Thank you. It was a priceless night. It really was.
I'm sure it was. Congratulations again. So we'll go back to. I'll start back at the top with Mrs. Hummer.
All right. Thank you. I think that Dr. Olato, you said it very well, and everyone else has realized it too. Hybrid is very, very messy, and it is not going to be easy. I want to be clear with everyone that the board asked Dr. Olato to develop a timeline and a plan for coming back for hybrid. We asked for that because we hoped and want that the numbers will allow us to start bringing students back. But part of that he has presented to us is they've created a plan. It's clear that a significant amount of work has gone into it, and it's messy. And they're showing us just how messy it would be, that this is not an easy thing. And so we asked for that, and then it's now going to be for us to, listening to everyone to determine if what is best for our children moving forward. Are the pros and cons of hybrid worth it? Is there a way that we can continue bringing in the targeted groups that we've already started bringing in and better serve the children most in need of the in-person direct instruction? And we have ways to do that. We know we're already planning to bring back our ESOL middle school students who really need that more intensive instruction. We're starting to bring back our special education students. I'm certain that our teachers would be able to identify school students in their virtual classrooms that are really struggling in the virtual environment and might do better. And so I think that those are all things that we need to consider as we move forward on this, that weighing the pros and cons. It's very hard. And as we've said from the beginning, there's not going to be anything that we do during this time that is going to make everyone happy, nor that is going to meet all of our children's needs ideally, because it just can't in this environment. And so I agree. We've got to put great thought and care into this of what will be the best. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mr. Smith, other questions?
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, Dr. Olato. So I'll try to get through the rest of what I have quickly. So first of all, the goal of in-person learning, which is where we started, is the first question Ms. Hummer asked. And so after all of this, I do think we need to highlight that, and it is to bring our students back together for a significant aspect of their education that's lacking right now, which is interactive in-person learning. So we all need to work together on this, teachers and parents, and this board and Dr. Alato and your team. We all are a team in this. So again, the goal here is not to alleviate childcare needs for parents. As much as we know that is an issue for a lot of families, every parent needs to be aware that as we move forward, we have to always be prepared to take a step back. That at any given time, your student, if you choose to send your student to school, may be back home because they wake up tomorrow morning and they have a runny nose, or a student in their classroom tested positive. So for a couple of weeks, your student's going to be back home. This is unfortunately a new normal for us for an indefinite period of time. So I just kind of want to bring us all back together and remind everyone that we are all working together for solutions here for our students. There is no perfect model. We definitely know that. But what I'm also hearing is board members, including, like myself and the rest of my colleagues, are listening. We're asking questions that we're receiving in this meeting. We're asking questions from teachers, from parents. And Dr. Arlotto, I know you're listening. And so here we are, October 5th. It's going to be a month before the first phase of this plan begins with, the first phase of students coming back in besides small groups, correct? So while, yes, a tremendous amount of work has gone into creating a plan, the plan is still being worked on and we're still listening. So I just want to remind everyone of that. Dr. Alato, so you are going to, teachers come back October 26th, but some teachers will be virtual. And can you just, I'm sorry if you covered this, but the process for that is you are going to have teachers who apply for accommodations for a variety of reasons, correct?
Yes.
And so the mechanism for doing that will be communicated to teachers.
It will be a memo that we've already prepared that will go out to staff.
Yes.
I can't send it out ahead of the board and tonight's meeting, but yes, there will be memos that will go to staff to walk them through that process. Yes, ma'am.
Right. I just want to bring that up because we've talked now several times about online school versus hybrid, and some teachers will be virtual, and it's never been addressed how that's going to happen. So that, I think that clears that up for some people. And then, so you will be sending basically parents will receive a questionnaire where they will have to make a decision, and you called it an informed decision. We have to assume that not every parent in the school system is on here getting all this information and listening for 5 hours tonight. So I assume that that questionnaire will be, parents will be provided with the plan as it looks right now before they make those decisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make that part clear, make sure I understand it correctly. And then there is basically currently we fit within the parameters, the metrics that have been now established by Dr. K and his team, only to bring elementary school students in for hybrid learning.
Correct.
So as far as I see it, and the other small groups that have already been identified. So we are starting with our students who are most in need, correct?
Yes. Yep.
For in-person learning. Right.
And because we believe, there's a number of pieces to that, but yes, it is our youngest learners, as you've alluded to in several of your questions and comments, that are going to struggle the most in the online environment.
Right. Okay. And then, though you alluded to some other dates going forward, they were not presented in writing on your timeline because, first of all, we don't have the numbers to move forward beyond the current plan, correct? The metrics are not there.
Correct. As you looked at that green, yellow, and red matrices that Dr. Kalyana showed, so correct. But it's also the intricacies. I mean, what we've been talking about now for a number of hours is only about elementary schools. The intricacies of a middle school and a high school are tenfold, if not more.
Right.
Because of things like, Mr. Smith was asking so appropriately, right? What about the clubs? What about movement around the building? Am I going to change classes and go from one? It is, we just have simply not gotten it. We're having those conversations, but we've not gotten that far that we feel confident, say, okay, we can set a date. Plus, Dr. Kalyana is a go slow to go fast health officer. He's asked us to implement in this manner, and let's see where we go. I did say that if all's going well, we could certainly envision seeing middle school students in middle of December. 14th of December was a date I shared with the board in the past. And then in the beginning of January, beginning to bring back the high school students. But I really want to focus on the elementary because that's where the choice is going to be now for parents.
Right. And just as a note, I mean, I think it's extremely important that all of our students have an opportunity for in-person interaction. But I plan to address much of that tomorrow when we talk more about sports and activities for our secondary students. With teachers, just a couple more questions. So there will be a daily health questionnaire for parents to complete before a student attends school in person.
Yes, we'll ask parents to conduct the symptom screening at home.
So as a PVA parent, there's all these guidelines and things that have to be made clear to parents and students that they are agreeing to, and the student and the parent have to sign that. So I hope we'll have parents sign an agreement, that they will accurately complete these health questionnaires each day, and that they will not be sending a symptomatic student to school. Correct? Okay.
I don't know that we're going to send a separate a letter for them to sign, as you reference in the IB, but it will be part of the choice when we send them the questionnaire and we explain, as you say appropriately enough, this is what to expect in hybrid and this is what to expect 100% virtual. We want you to make the right decision. We'll also be saying that there's an expectation that you won't send your child if they're having symptoms, that you will conduct a symptom check, and this is what a symptom check will consist of each day.
Right. So hopefully the wording would be by selecting hybrid, you are agreeing that you will comply with the health questionnaire each day. Okay. And then I think I only have one more, which is as we are bringing teachers back on October 26th, you've already got Cat North going, right? Students attending classes at Cat North.
Correct.
So when we reach the milestone of bringing our teachers back, can we get Cat South going ahead of the high school? Will that be another group that's going to come back earlier?
We certainly hope so. Yes, that's our plan. We would like to get Cat South started up.
Okay. And forgive me if it was addressed on the timeline, but I don't recall. So I wanted to.
It's not. Cat South doesn't appear on timeline. No, you didn't miss it. No, you're right.
Okay.
Didn't miss it. We've got Cat North up and running, and we are hoping, as we are going to expand in special ed, we also hope to expand to Cat Center as well as the ESOL students. What we'd like to get Cat South up and running as well.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Schallheim.
All right. I'm still, as we all are, and as we're learning about this all for the first time, and our parents at home still struggling very much so with all of this. I wonder if instead of going full steam ahead, we give a period of time for our parents to weigh in on this now that they've seen the plan, our teachers, et cetera, because this was all sight unseen, even for the board. I want to remind folks, aside from the basic timeline before tonight. And so I worry a great deal about proceeding without hearing from all of our people now that this is out there, and it's different than just getting 10,000 emails while the meeting is going on. It's giving people a chance to digest, because this is a lot, and this is a weighty situation for someone. Kids haven't been totally immune to this. There have been children that have gotten very sick, have become long haulers, have died. So we're rolling the dice a little bit on that. We're rolling the dice on our, for the health of our teachers and our staff. And we're also having to pick between the impossible, essentially going to a different school, different principal, different everything, or sticking with this and going hybrid and giving up what we've all become accustomed to and quite like in terms of scheduling and the like, and also safety at home, et cetera. So I'm very much torn. I want choice. I like what Ms. Hummer said earlier about, reaching out to the most, to the groups that we've started reaching out to, and hitting that first. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just wonder if we shouldn't, at the end of this tonight, assess whether or not we're okay with rolling full steam ahead, or if we want to give our public an opportunity to really think about this, sleep on it, and weigh in. I do have a few more questions, though. Governor Hogan, during one of his previous press conferences, threw out as a carrot to get schools to open this $10 million incentive, which sounds like a heap of money, except when you divide it between 24 school systems, especially ones as large as us. Was that a part in any way of our decision making with regard to this plan, et cetera? Especially the timeline to move forward with getting in more than just our neediest kids before the second semester.
Mrs. Schallheim, are you asking, did the offer of access to part of that $10 million influence our decision to build a hybrid model? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I said from the very beginning, back in July, when we went fully virtual, I made it very clear that we're going to plan for virtual for the semester so that people can plan for that. And as soon as the numbers are ready, I would work with the Department of Health and we would build a model to bring students back sooner if we could.
Okay.
And in that circumstance, we have honored that. I built a model I have done very little. It is Dr. McMahon and the team that have done so much hard work in building a model to bring students back. It's not ideal, but it does, as Mrs. Corkadell said eloquently a few minutes ago, it is the beginning to bring our students back into school buildings. So that said, once we built the model, we have since applied for some of that $10 million. If we're going to move forward, I might as well get some money for it. So we have applied for some of that money. As I said, in responding to Ms. Ellis earlier tonight, that is monies that we would be using to purchase additional TAs, because we'll need that help in the classrooms with teachers in the hybrid environment so they can equally balance the work that they're going to need to do.
Okay. There's not a judgment either way on that for me, but I think it should be on record and out in the public when people are considering this. They've been watching the press conferences, et cetera. Just a couple more things. So what if a student decides to be all virtual with a new teacher and a virtual school environment, and then all the schools close again? are they with teacher, who knows, in the virtual school still? Are they back at their home school with the rest of their classmates that they've are accustomed to? How does that work?
It's a good question, Mrs. Schalheim. So what we are attempting to do, we recognize this is a giant stirring of the pot right now, one time. And what we are attempting to do is make it be one time, right? So that the students who go hybrid, whatever student-teacher relationships need to be built fresh, get built. And then if we go back virtual, they keep those teachers. Same way, if a child, student, parent chooses virtual only for the year, no matter what happens, they keep their teacher, right? So although there is a bit of an upheaval at this point in time that will occur in November, potentially, we want the students and teachers to remain together, wherever they land, to remain together throughout the semester, if that's what they've chosen, or in the case of the year, throughout the year.
Okay. And let's see here. What if a student is assigned to the virtual school and then miraculously, and I really doubt it, y'all, but what if there's a vaccine in January and we open full steam in February? Will the teachers and the students flip back to their home school, or is it the same answer, the one you just gave me, where we stir the pot once and then?
So we have said, and we've made a commitment to the people who want to be out all year, that we will allow virtual only for the whole year. So those people could retain that decision throughout the whole year.
Okay. For all of those folks out there that have been sending me questions, know that I will read all of them. I will get to them. I will respond to you. I will ask you all to watch this video. I can't possibly ask all of them tonight. That's what I have so far. But this is weighty. We've only had a few hours to digest it. I think it's worth a period of time where we collect more testimony from all of our stakeholders, least of which are our students, our parents, and our teachers, before we say in coordination and collaboration with you, yay or nay on the timeline. I'm not wavering on my advocacy for choice. I still believe that is absolutely needed. However, this, like I said, this is a decision between two bad options, honestly. And I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around it. And that's not a judgment on the people who put this together. I think we've established multiple times that this is messy and that this is what's behind door number one versus what's behind door number two, and neither of them are a diamond. So I thank you again. I think that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antoine.
No comment. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Gilliland.
Nothing more for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Live.
Dr. Arlotto. Board of Education tasked you to come up with this plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And okay, so you've developed it and you come back to us just like we asked you to do. And the plan is going to be messy and it's going to be difficult, correct?
Yes, absolutely. I believe it will be both.
Do you and your staff believe it can be successfully executed?
Yes, absolutely. I think the plan that we have can absolutely be executed, but it will be messy, and there will be a lot of change involved for students and staff and parents, but we can execute the plan. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And just as a position from me, delaying motions just postpone difficult decisions in my heart. And unless I'm mistaken, we already have students this week in a hybrid environment, correct?
We do. We have students at Cat North. We've got about 280 students that are engaged at Cat North and have been for a week now. A week ago today, they started.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you. I think Bob asked one of my questions, and that was, we've already started hybrid, correct? For all intent and purposes, we've got small groups in doing hybrid learning right now, correct?
And larger scale at Cat North. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're already started. So any delay would end up just throwing all those kids back home, all of our special needs kids back home, if we delayed hybrid learning, correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, we can continue with our small groups. The Cat North, we want to target Cat South. Our special centers, we want to increase access for a number of our special ed groups that need it, those students that need it, as well as our ESOL students at the middle school level. So hybrid or virtual, that work is going to continue.
Okay, because we already started to do this, and so the concerns that I'm hearing and the questions that I'm hearing are things that we're already actively demonstrating that we are well addressing as it relates to the safety, as it relates to the staff that are currently working with those small groups, and the families who have made the decision already to engage. Is that not correct? We have families and we have kids in our buildings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody has already had the conversations and found a way to be comfortable enough to give it a try, and it's working, correct?
It is, and now we're talking about the next phase, which is scaling it up to a larger group, larger access for our elementary students.
But the same formula of safety, health, well-being, ensuring transportation, ensuring protocols are made, all of that is already being demonstrated because we're already doing it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a theory. The theory is bringing the next group in, which we have continued to support time and time again as a board. And so that's the next step, correct? Is
Yes.
to bring this group in, provided the numbers obviously stay stable enough to meet that obligation. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing something here, because people are talking about it as if it hasn't happened yet, but it has. And although the groups are different, basically the same thing occurs. The teachers come in and the students come in these groups, already approved under the same terms and using the same PPE equipment, using the same protocols as we're currently demonstrating, with slight adaptations based on the school and the group to best meet their specific health and safety and education needs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the ones who require extra special PPE because of the uniqueness of their situation is being provided for, and there's things in place for, even in hybrid, we have a lot of students integrated. So I hear a lot from our special needs kids families who are part of the regular class in their entire form, yet they are suffering equally and proportionately as the other special needs kids that we have been able to bring in. And that's part of their equation. So this will also afford those that we have not been able to bring in yet in that broader scale, especially, educationally most vulnerable being our early education children in our elementary schools, pre-K, et cetera, et cetera. This is going to be that opportunity for us to start to work to get them caught up in this hybrid environment and become acclimated as we move forward, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then just lastly, really quick. So, just as I had said earlier, sometimes not knowing all the details is one way we work through fears, wanting to know every detail because it helps us create the picture to put us back there again. And I know one of the more common ones I've been hearing, not necessarily tonight as we were working through, I'm trying really keeping my focus here to what we're talking about here at hand, of course, is IT bandwidth. I know for a period of time, some of our schools still had some older technology. You guys have been working nonstop to not only just meet the upgrades that I know the county worked real hard with the big optics and the big network, internetwork, but also to ensure that basically we're ready to go. So when our teachers come back in, there's going to be adequate facilities to make sure that all that interaction can occur, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. McMahon, would you like to share with the board where we are with bandwidth now at the elementary level and the work that's happened?
Sure. The technology people have done just an amazing job. They've increased the wireless access points more than tenfold in the elementary schools. And they've moved from this Sunday, they moved from 4 gigabyte bandwidth to 10 gigabytes per second. So it's going to be a new day with respect to access and speed.
This is, I think, one of those, I mean, as much as we've been talking about the realities of woe, this is that golden opportunity that has presented itself amidst mud and scum of things. I believe that's Ralph Waldo Emerson, and in the mud and scum of things, there are always something out of self-reliance, of our owning our own and taking control of our lives. So it seems like that may be one of those moments. Thank you so very much. I just wanted to make sure I was clear because some of the comments and ways the conversation shifted, I just wanted to make sure I was clear, and I believe some of the public was clear, that we are actively engaging in hybrid learning right now. It's starting with those targeted groups, and the next group up is our kindergartners, and now is the time to start to work for the teachers to get acclimated so that they are well prepared regardless of what grade, and get back into that professional work environment with those resources to maximize our virtual learning in the interim, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's important.
Thank you guys very much. Excellent job. I don't know if there's any more questions that the board has. So at this time, I'll ask for a raise of hand. And Miss Antwine, obviously, just give a holler if you had any follow-up questions. I'm not seeing any hands. We did have a couple members expressing an interest in perhaps the board considering a couple items. Miss Ellis was one who expressed that when we called the special session last week, and there were several that she had expressed an interest in presenting to the board. We have Mr. Smith, who's also expressed an interest of recent. We're going to take Miss Ellis's first, and then Mr. Smith's, and then I'll open up in roll call order for other members who may have an interest thereafter if their issue was not already addressed previously. Miss Ellis, I know you have several, so I'm going to let you go ahead and roll those out and one by one. And we will consider them, and debate will be on the motion specifically, and follow in standard roll call order with Miss Ellis, of course, speaking last after the motion is made, provided a second is provided. Miss Ellis?
Okay, sorry, and I apologize. I had some technical difficulties, had changed locations, so my lighting here is not great. So I think I look like a ghost, but thank you, President Corkadell. The first issue that I brought forward to our president and our superintendent, and we alluded to now a couple times earlier, was the 3.5 hour synchronous learning requirement has proven to be extremely problematic for some of our youngest learners. And so I would like to ask my fellow board members to come together. I would be happy to draft a letter, perhaps work with Dr. Arlotto or anyone that he recommends to draft a letter to present to our state superintendent, state board, and anyone else who needs to allow us more flexibility in developing the best learning environment for our students that is first and foremost sensitive to their developmental stages and their developmental needs. I don't know if that needs to be a formal motion or if just ask if any board member has any issue with me drafting that letter or us drafting that letter, and then
Okay, so we have a request for consent for Ms. Ellis to draft a formal letter on behalf of the board expressing our concerns and considerations as it regards to screen time for our youngest learners, correct?
correct.
Okay. I don't see any reason why correspondences cannot be consensus driven. So I'll just ask anyone who has any dissent, then we can go into a formal motion and deliberation. And so please speak up if there's an interested dissent. Otherwise, we will have consensus. Going once, going twice. We do have consensus for the letter. Ms. Ellis, your next item.
Thank you, colleagues. And another concern I have, and we haven't even really, we've talked very little about funding and budget, but we did touch on it a little bit with the fact that our enrollment numbers, we do know they are down, though we don't know the specifics yet. And since that came up, I want to bring the concern to my fellow board members that as we move into the budget season, which is coming right up, our funding for next year could be impacted, and so could be impacted greatly based on the enrollment numbers as they stood on September 30th. So I would also like to, for my fellow board members to agree to present a communication to our delegation, our state representatives who represent us in this county, to ask them to please stand up for our students and consider legislation that would have an alternate means of determining the funding numbers for next year. That's not solely dependent on the enrollment of September 30th of this year.
I believe that would also be in the category of consensus, as it, my understanding is that our parent state organization is involved in that, I believe, at some level, correct? Mm-hmm. So I think we could probably go, it looks like we do have a couple questions. So Ms. Ellis, could you form that into a motion? And let's see if we have a second. We do have some questions of consideration before drafting.
Right. So I move that the board reaches out to our delegation to work with us on legislation that would provide an alternate means for determining funding for next year that is not solely dependent on the enrollment as of September 30th of this year.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. And it looks like we have some comments of debate. So we'll go roll call order, saving Ms. Ellis obviously for last. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I have no objection to this. I just want to share from that there's been extensive conversations within MABE about this, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, among all the school board members, and that it will be very crucial, not just for our school system, but for all the school systems, to the loss in funding for students that have gotten enrolled. And there do seem to be some legislators that are working on some legislation for this to help offset those costs for us for next year so that it won't have such an impact. But I firmly support, again, that we should be sending out our support as a board to go along with the other voices from around the state, because this is a big issue that could have a significant impact on how well we can serve our students in the years to come. The continued year-long, multi-year long fallout from COVID. This is a real possibility. So yes, I fully support a letter to our delegation to support any legislation that they can put together for that.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith.
No comments. I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much. Always double checking to make sure we were still down a member. I just want to make sure he didn't have a chance to join us. Ms. Scholheim, you were next.
Yes, I certainly don't disagree. But I just had a question about the law as it is at the moment. Is that funding formula, that's just in state law, there's nothing, so the state law would have to change for this to work, right? Okay, I'm seeing nods. So, yes.
Maybe we could have, I'm going to suggest, because this is a technical question, Dr. Alato, if you have a staff member, perhaps if Alex or somebody is available to give a more, a technical tight answer.
Sure, if Alex wants to jump in, but as he's getting into the conversation, the bottom line is that the November 30 date is the September 30 date is the official enrollment count, and that's the number that's used for funding for the next fiscal year.
Okay, and is that
Alex, you want to confirm that for me, please?
Yes, sir. For the record, Alex Shacknose, Chief Operating Officer. The September enrollment count, September 30, as well as most of the special ed and transportation enrollment counts, the farms enrollment counts, and many of the formula indices are all written into statutes. So most of those will require legislative action on the part of the General Assembly. They are not at the discretion of the state superintendent or at the governor to a large extent to alter. So it will be a legislative endeavor.
So what exactly, so when you say a letter to help us offset that, are you suggesting, Ms. Ellis, sort of using this last year's enrollment and keeping that that funding formula stagnant for next year so that we don't lose that delta? Is that what you're saying?
So my motion does not get that specific. It asks for our delegation to work for solutions, and I am happy to meet with our delegates to look at possible scenarios that, I would not want to name a particular solution in this motion, but just recognize the problem and that it needs to be solved.
Okay, I definitely support this. I think that might be one suggestion, a clean way to do it, but yeah, I support this. I just had those little questions for you, so thank you for this one.
Thank you, Ms. Scholheim. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkdale, and thank you, Ms. Ellis, for bringing this up. And thank you, Mr. Shagnovich, because that was my question. I know that a lot is done by the September 30th date in order that we consider the federal fiscal year that comes up on October 1st. So any questions I would have had have been answered, and I support this motion.
Madam President, you're on mute, but I assume you were calling my name. No comment.
Oh my. I couldn't get through a meeting without at least one or two. I was talking while muted again. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Live? Any questions? Mr. Live, did you have any questions or comments?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I have none. I think that we definitely have support. I definitely am supportive of this. So, Ms. Ellis, if you'd like to close out.
I appreciate everyone's support, and feels good to come together on this. Thanks.
Absolutely. So without further ado, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, I believe you had something, one other thing or two.
I did.
I remember.
Yeah. So, I've, as I've said many times, been listening to our teachers, our parents for weeks now, and throughout this evening for sure. I know that there's concerns about any sort of hybrid plan, but there's a few things we have established without a doubt. First of all, that everything's constantly changing and that we're going to have to continue to adjust. We also have established that there is no perfect plan that can support everyone in the optimal way and make everyone happy. Another important point is whether or not a parent sends their student back into the schools for hybrid learning is a choice for the parent. So parents, if you are uncomfortable sending your students back in under the current plan, you may opt for at least the remainder of this semester or the remainder of the year, if that's what you choose, to keep your students home. So that being said, there have been many who have stated that it won't be safe until we have a vaccine. But we have been all along consulting with our health officer, Dr. Kalyana Raman, and he has gathered a team to a very knowledgeable and impressive team, as he's listed them for us tonight. And we also know that Dr. K has been extremely cautious in how to move forward. And as you know, as he said, he wants to, he doesn't want to move so soon that we move that much further backwards. But he has indicated, we have now seen the timeline or the metrics that he has provided. And currently, and I apologize, bad timing, my dogs. Currently, we are, the metrics indicate that we can move forward with the plan as presented by Dr. Arlotto this evening. And we have to recognize, we absolutely value our teachers. We value all of our staff. But I like to think as a community, we also value our doctors and nurses, our grocery store cashier, our clerks at the MVA, and our child care workers. Many jobs are essential in the community, and for many families, our teachers in the classroom are essential, not as caregivers so parents can go back to work, but as teachers so students can progress in a way that will not happen with remote learning, no matter how robust online learning has become. We are following all guidelines established by our nations, our states, and our counties' health officials. We have far too many students who simply will not progress academically or even socially and emotionally without at least some in-person learning. Our youngest students, our special needs students, our English language learners, all of our career and applied technology students. We also need, well, I'm sorry, I wrote another note, but I'm going to save that for tomorrow. It addresses another issue. So we are starting with our highest priority students who simply need this opportunity. And we have heard from parents about students in tears. We have heard from parents about parents in tears. And again, we will continue to adjust the plans. I got confirmation from Dr. Arlotto that nothing is fully worked out, because we're continuously receiving information. So that all being said, I move that we support the plan going forward, that the timeline presented by Dr. Arlotto, and under all of the conditions that he has presented to us.
I second that motion of Ms. Ellis. I think I said it before you did, Mr. Live. But we have a motion and a second now made. We're going to go in roll call order. With that, starting with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
I am fully in support that we need to be bringing students back, as we've already begun. I think the complexities that have come out in this plan that Dr. Arlotto and his team worked so hard on have shown that this is not easy, and it is not necessarily going to meet what parents want. I am not going to support this. I believe that we should, as I said earlier, I'm in hearing from people and putting a great deal of thought into this. I believe that we should continue with the virtual format for the first semester, while at the same time continuing, as we have done all along, to bring in our targeted groups back there, so that we begin to have, we are having the hybrid, and we're identifying the children most in need to bring that back. But for the stability and planning of our teachers and families, I think that this plan is throwing too much into our already shaken up lives. And again, that is nothing against our staff. I appreciate that all the work that's done for this, and I think they've done an amazing job. It's just that we have a choice of imperfect choices, and this is not one I'm ready to go with. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith.
I just have a question. I have a motion that's kind of like, I guess, the opposite of this. How do we address?
I'm not aware of it. So we do have a motion, however, on the table. So you know, a member has a couple choices. They can choose to make a vote, and then motion, depending on the outcome of the vote. If the vote is not in favor of the motion, they can then make a new motion. But you cannot simply just do a counter right after. Of course, you can also move to amend the motion as well, and then the amendment would then go to vote. And if the amendment is adopted, then the motion would carry that amendment through to its vote. Otherwise, the motion would continue as originally planned.
Okay.
Did that help?
Yes, thank you. Well, with that, now to the motion itself, get the technical stuff out the way. I simply cannot support this motion just because we haven't got the input really from the community. I'm just going to leave it at that. I think if I'm able to propose my motion, we will see where I'm coming from, but that's all I have to say for now.
Okay. So next is Ms. Ellis made the motion, of course. So next is going to be, I just need to double check. Okay. Next up is going to be Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Schalheim?
Yes. I believe in choice. I believe in, I don't want to pre-assume what other people's circumstances are, but I cannot listen to a plan in all of its detail and not have a chance to sleep on it and to consider it, especially given the fact that my phone has literally not stopped shaking for 5 hours now. And, I got through all of the emails that were for public testimony, 360, whatever it was of them. But those who sent them in late, I have not read yet. I've been getting pinged on social media nonstop. So I want choice. I want to sleep on it. I cannot support this tonight. And I can't upend lives that have been upended. But I do support us, continuing to bring in the small groups. Bringing in tiny small groups is not the same thing as asking elementary school parents and students to choose between their teacher and a teacher they don't know from another school that they haven't met. And same goes for administrators, and also to choose between a schedule that's developmentally appropriate for all age groups to one that simply is not for a lot of our elementary schools. And so if we're unable to think outside the box and get some assurances that we won't have schools that start at 9:45, I might be a little bit softer on this tonight on the spur of the moment, but I can't support this right now simply because I need a chance to digest it and talk to my constituents. And none of us have had a chance to talk to our constituents tonight about what has been rolled out. So I'm sorry, Melissa, that I'm a no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Antoine?
Thank you, President Crocodile, and thank you, Ms. Ellis, for the motion. I am in support wholeheartedly for moving into a hybrid environment. I shared my reasons why earlier in the night, so I won't go back through that. I will also be concerned continuously, though, when plans are made and there are indications that key influences and variables in that plan are not included. And this is not an accusation, because Dr. Arlotto and his staff have been very open, as far as I know, with us about how they're moving forward on these plans, on all of the plans that have been presented, especially since COVID was recognized in the U.S. So with that, though, if the motion is, do we move into a hybrid environment, my support is absolutely yes. The timing, though, I believe, should reconsider. And so if the motion is about simply the hybrid timeline, I'm unable to support the fullness of the timeline at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mr. Gilliland?
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Lott?
I will vote to support Melissa's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lott. made comments in between my questions. I don't think it needs belabored any further. Ms. Ellis, you have last comment. You are muted, I believe.
I think I made my statement about why I think we need to move forward and be flexible and adjust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
So I'm going to repeat the motion. I move that we support the timeline / the plan that was presented to us going forward and under all the conditions that have been presented to us. Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nay.
Ms. Antoine.
Abstain.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Mr. Lai.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
4, 3, 1 abstention. Motion fails.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis, was there any other? I got to tell you, it's getting a little late. I couldn't remember.
All I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe Mr. Smith had made a request for motion. So, sir?
Great. Thank you, President Corkadell. I'll make this quick because I think I have a test in the morning. I don't know. But, before I just want to preface what I have to say with, I know all the work that has gone into this. We all know all the work that has gone into this. So this is nothing against the work of our superintendent and the wonderful staff that has been working nonstop, 24/7. But since the start of this meeting, I have probably gotten well over 250 emails from every single community in our county, and I got well over 300 emails prior to the start of this community. And I have not, with my schedule, been able to really read them, internalize them, and then make a decision based on that. And now with our plan that we have just released, this has brought up even more questions and concerns from our different communities. I say communities, not the county, because we all know we have such a diverse group of people that live and work and, educate and even learn in Anne Arundel County Public Schools with all different circumstances. And we need to make sure that we're actually hearing their voices, because this decision is going to affect everyone. So that's why I move that we postpone this vote until we can take live testimony.
Second, Dana.
Point of information before I accept the second. Because the previous motion had cleared, did you want to rephrase the last portion of your motion, sir, to reflect as an actual motion of standing alone? In other words, the motion, I believe, the way it reads, can you please rephrase the end? I just want to make sure that it's not referring, but actually because this was a briefing on what the implementation is occurring. So Ms. Ellis's vote to support what was, support presented as presented had failed. So the very last phrase, I was just a little confused on your motion.
So
is what I'm asking making sense, or am I not understanding the motion?
I'll say the motion, and then let's see if there's still confusion.
Okay.
That's what I had. I move that we postpone this vote until we can take live.
It's the phrase "this vote" because a vote hasn't. We're not in the middle of a vote, so I would just suggest, because we're not in the middle of a vote, there's no reference. That is what I'm referring to. So that we postpone whether it's supporting or whatever you're saying, or affirming our support of Dr. Arlotto, because he manages the duty stuff, is that where it is that, because the vote part, I don't have a reference, I guess.
Yeah, I move that we postpone the implementation of this hybrid plan as laid out until we can take live testimony.
Second, Dana.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we are going to go roll call order, starting with Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer?
I'm torn a bit on that. As we've all stated, we have been bombarded with public comment, even though it hasn't been oral. We have gotten literally probably 1,000 emails at this time. And I know many of us are trying our best to wade through and read them all. And I have no doubt that after tonight, we're going to receive even more as people look at the plans that are out there and the different options. And so I don't know if an additional meeting to hear the same things that we are hearing repeatedly through that is necessary. That is not in any way to say I don't want to hear from the public, because as I said, I've been reading them all. But the logistics and and quite honestly, the necessity for that, when we are hearing very clearly from our people all the way around, I'm not sure that that's necessary. So I'm still on the fence about this motion. I appreciate the sentiment behind it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith, you are the motion maker, so you get to speak last. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I agree with what Ms. Hummer said. I think I've mentioned, I don't know how many times now this evening, that we are all listening, we're all reading. I can tell you my experience as a board member is often a movement will begin and you'll suddenly get a large wave of testimony on one side or another of an issue. But that should not drown out the other voices that we've been hearing for a month now from so many elementary school parents who are really at their wits' end and desperate for their students to receive developmentally appropriate education. And I simply can't. I can't support this delay. I fully support always for teachers and parents and anyone else to write in if they have something to say, and I will read it and I will consider it like I always do. And I will continue to ask questions of Dr. Arlotto and his team. I do it all the time, not only in public meetings, and Dr. Arlotto will, I'm sure, testify to that. So I will continue to actively engage on improving the plan as we move along, but I cannot support this delay and the impact it's going to have on our elementary students.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Just double checking the roll, make sure we didn't have a last minute. Ms. Shawhide.
I just had a question. I did second it, and I do agree, but can live mean audio only? Because what we have been missing these last 6 months is the tone and the tenor and the feeling and the emotion when we hear live testimony. I've seen it move needles on a variety of issues. I've gone into votes thinking I think I know where I'm going to be, and testimony will move me. And I think that if the county council can have audio testimony, I'm wondering if that's what you would consider to be live, because I think that's doable, as the county council has shown. And so that I would love to hear before we vote, and that could be as quick as a couple of weeks from now. So Drake, is that would that meet your standard of live?
Yes, that is exactly what I meant with live. Like, this is a live meeting of the Board of Education, face-to-face, real-time responses. Just if we can get those real-time responses, real-time comments, or even, we listen to pre-recorded messages, in like, if we can't somehow get it live, but we listen to them, live, so the whole public can hear, right? Because this doesn't just help us, come with a decision. It helps the public see where other people are coming from, because we're all living in these bubbles right now. And I think if we can really, step in someone else's shoes and see where they're coming from, it's going to help a lot of people.
I agree, and then it also will sort out what has been somewhat of a form email, because we get a lot of those, right? I think we all know that, versus the worried parent, the upset student, for whatever reason, on either side or all sides of this. So thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I'm in support of this thing.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. I have no comments.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliland?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ladd?
Thank you, Madam President. No, I won't support this motion. I think we need to come to a realization that for all intents and purposes, by Melissa's motion failing, we're going to be in virtual learning the rest of this semester. You got to realize what Dr. Arlotto presented us didn't start until October 26th. Well, you're all shaking your heads, but you move that timeline, it keeps moving till we're almost done. So no, I don't support any delay at all. I just don't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ladd. I don't really have any further comments. I've already made my comments. It's how I feel about this. And Mr. Smith?
Great, thank you. I really appreciate all the board members' input on this, but I would like to take the time just to respond to, I guess, the main points I got out of all of it collectively. The first one being, we already got input. Yes, we received 600 plus emails. I know that I have not read 600 plus emails because my schedule just will not let me, just does not allow me the time to read 600 plus emails. I'm speaking for myself right now, but I know that if I vote on this without seeing all the input that people took the time to write, people were really passionate. And if I vote on this, I know that I'm doing nothing but a disservice to my community. In-person drowns out the other voices. Really, in person, if someone's really passionate about an issue, you can see it in their voice. So I don't think it will drown out. Sometimes it might just take that one piece of testimony to really make change, make wonders. So I don't think it will really drown out the other voices. I think in some senses it will really amplify voices. And then lastly, I think the most important point that Mr. Live made was that this is a delay. Well, this is not a delay. I didn't say this motion would change the timeline of the start times. This is simply just making sure that we're hearing our communities, right? Like, once again, we have not read all these emails. And for us to read these emails after the vote, there's really no point of them sending the emails at all. So this will not be a delay, because I think we can, in the next 2 weeks, definitely get to a point where we can hear in-person live testimony. This is not people coming to a mic and we're in the boardroom. This could be a webinar feature. I know they have a webinar feature on Zoom where the host gives access to people. Yes, we might sit there for a while, but that comes with the job, listening to the community and making an informed decision. I'm going to put emphasis on the informed decision. By not hearing what everyone has to say in full, we're not making the best decision we can do. This is not to say that we don't appreciate all the time and effort that Dr. Arlotto has put and his team have put into this plan, because we were the ones that told him to put together this plan. Like we said time and time again throughout this meeting, this is going to be an imperfect situation just because of the nature of it. No one predicted a pandemic, so of course no one predicted how to come back from a pandemic. So, but I do know the wrong thing to do is not to at least try and listen real carefully to every single community member. Yes, you can read the emails, but can you really internalize what they're saying in those emails? So with that, I hope that we all vote the right way. And I would really encourage all my colleagues to really just think, if you were a parent not on this Board of Education, think back when you were just a parent, when you're just a private citizen. Imagine the board, they're just getting the information the day of, then they're expected to vote on it without really hearing you or your neighbors out. How would that make you feel? You're a teacher, right? Each teacher, even if they teach the same grade level, even if they teach the same level of education, middle, elementary, or high school, they all have different experiences that they can really share that will really shape how we go about reopening schools. And by not hearing that, like I said before, you're doing an extreme disservice. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
And I'm going to repeat the motion as well. I move to postpone the implementation of this plan as it's laid out until we can take live testimony. Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
No.
Mr. Lyme.
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
3-5, motion passes.
No, ma'am. No, it does not pass. Please correct the record. Motion failed.
Sorry, I apologize. Yes, motion fails 3-5.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have any other requests for motions checked in at this time. Going once, going twice. Okay. We've now received our update report. Just a brief reminder that the board will be going, will be via audio open to the public at 4:30, at which time it's immediately going to vote to go into close. I'm sorry, at 5 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, October the 6th. The Board of Education will be voting immediately to go into closed session, and will do so. The public may listen to the vote to go into closed session, but it is not privy to the closed session itself. At 6 p.m. promptly, we will be starting. I'm sorry, we're making, can I finish my announcement, please, so as not to confuse our public?
Most certainly. Then I'm requesting a point of clarification, please.
Okay. Okay, let me reiterate this. At 5 p.m., Board of Education will be voting for the public to hear to go into closed session. We will be in closed session from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., the Board of Education will be meeting in public session to hear a special session as it relates to the sports, extracurricular, and other similar academia clubs, and what the latest is. As you know, we've received a couple different announcements of recent, and so Dr. Arlotto, I understand that Dr. K is going to be joining us. He agreed to join us at the beginning, and so we'll want to be brief and respectful of his time. And that on October the 7th, and Mr. Live, yes. One more second, I have one more announcement. And then of course on October 7th is our regular meeting, at which time we will, we have a closed session from 11:45 to 1:15 that the public can listen to for the vote to enter into it. We will resume into public session starting at 6 p.m. And for the very first time, the Board of Education on October the 7th will be meeting since all the way back on March 4th was the last time we were in our boardroom. And so we are officially returning to in-person, and I'm looking forward to that moment. All the safety measures are in place, and I think we're in a very good place to launch our reopening and our hybrid, as it were. It looks like Ms. Antwine and Mr. Lieb had a point of clarification before, I guess, or point of information before we wrap up tonight. Ms. Antwine?
Go ahead, Candace.
Thank you, Mr. Live, and thank you, President Corkdale, for indulging this. My question, I guess, would be a legal question. We directed Dr. Arlotto to bring us back a timeline which tonight was not accepted by the board. So I wanted to understand what the next steps are, because we have still put that action out there.
I think in summary, we received a presentation on the implementation, and the board chose neither to publicly support or to publicly delay. So it proceeds as it would with any other implementation of our organization based on the last motions. Mr. Burns, would you like to weigh in on that? Did I miss anything in that summary?
Hold on, I'm just waiting for the system to speed up here a little bit. There we go. I don't know if it calls for legal advice, but I think with respect to your summary you just gave, President Corkadell, I think that's accurate. I understand this was a presentation from Dr. Arlotto, which is usually either a report on something pending or an update on something previously presented, or plan of something to come. That's what it sounded like to me. There was no, as you indicated, no vote to take a position one way or the other on it. So I don't believe there's any pending items remaining from the presentation.
Thank you. That is my understanding. And so that is the answer. Mr. Lott.
We have made it clear tonight on this board that moving into a hybrid environment is a necessity. And we also need a plan of action that will allow us to do that safely and successfully. So I would like to make a motion if there's nothing else to do.
I'm sorry. We had concluded, and I was just into making announcements and had asked if anyone had a motion. I have to call a point of order here because we're proposing here reopening up the entire dialogue, and there was not a preparation for that. It's now 10:52 at night. But if since we have not formally concluded, I suppose that we could entertain a motion. I've got a boatload of hands. Mr. Lieb had a point of information question prior. I don't know if that is germane or not. Mr. Burns? Anything further?
I had thought you called for any further motions on 2, and it concluded 2, and it moved on to announcements. And I'm just saying
that is correct, sir. That is correct. I had concluded it and closed out the item.
So what I was going to say is, I think it would take.
When I received clarification, that was told that there was nothing else to do, which not only disturbs this night, but it disrupts our educational efforts. So as a board member, I now have a motion. I did not before the end of this vote and before your legal advice. So it doesn't matter what she requested beforehand.
What I was trying to.
In our decision making, what we're doing now. And I would like to make a motion, and I'm willing to stand by until Mr. Live has his say. Thank you.
I cannot accept the motion until Mr. Burns clarifies that we had concluded the motion. Once we conclude a meeting, that meeting is concluded.
No, I was simply trying to finish. I was simply trying to finish what I was saying. I never had a chance to finish.
That is correct, and I would like Mr. Burns to have an uninterrupted opportunity to finish. This is too important to be spoken over. We need clarification on this. I need him spoken uninterrupted. Point of order, or I will shut this meeting down. Mr. Burns has been called upon to speak.
To conclude what I was saying is you have not finished your meeting. You finished presentation. That was, I believe, item 2.1. Where you are now is you would be adding an agenda item of some sort in order to make space for further action. And I think that takes I think that takes an action of the board. And so I think the first thing preliminary is to add 2.2 or something to this because you've concluded the meeting, the agenda meeting, excuse me. And there's been no additional agenda item.
And so to that effect, as a new agenda item that was not presented during item 1.03, it would need a 2/3 vote of the board in order to proceed as an added item. Correct, Mr. Burns?
I believe so. I'm trying to pull up I've got a number of windows open. Let me just pull up the agenda for tonight.
There were 2 items on the agenda.
It was 2.01 was concluded. The president had called for any further action following the 2 motions that were defeated. There were nobody offered anything at all. You went into announcements. That would be normally the conclusion. And it sounds like someone wishes to take up more action at this meeting. And my recommendation to the board is that you first add an agenda item.
And that agenda item does require a 2/3 vote because it was not made at the beginning of the meeting.
I think to extend your meeting, that is the proper way. That is the best and most recommended way to do it.
That is also our policy and parliamentary procedure, correct, Mr. Burns?
No, I was basing it on parliamentary procedure. I don't have the policy in front of me.
That is my understanding as the presiding officer, and it will stand. Ms. Antoine, would you like to make a motion to add an item to the agenda before we conclude the whole evening?
So the agenda item would state that Ms. Antoine would like to make a motion?
Sure.
That is correct. It doesn't have to be very fancy, but we do have to do that, and then it must receive a 2/3 vote to proceed. And then you can make your actual motion itself. If it receives a second, we would go into debate.
Do a motion.
Second.
We add an agenda item.
I think we got it. Okay. So actions to put another item on the agenda, I do not believe is a debatable motion and would go straight to vote. So Ms. Howell, please call roll on the motion to add an item to the agenda pertaining as Ms. Antoine had referenced.
Ms. Hummer?
So I'm voting to add this agenda item, correct? Yes or no on to add the agenda item?
That is correct.
Okay, then I say aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis? Ms. Ellis, you're muted.
I apologize. Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lyme?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Now that we got ourselves technically parliamentary re-baselined here. Ms. Antwine, you have the floor for your motion, please.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I would like to yield some of this time to Mr. Light, who had a point of clarification prior to my motion.
That's fine, Ms. Antwine. You go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Light. I motion that the Board of Education directs Dr. Alato to go back, get input from the public to include teachers, staff, students, and other constituents, and bring us a new timeline for our hybrid implementation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Antwine, you will be last as the motion maker in roll call order. Ms. Hummer.
For me, the concern on this is not the timeline of the implementation. As I've stated before, I have concerns about the complications of the full hybrid option. And so I don't necessarily want a new timeline to come out. We heard from a lot of the comments, I think many of us stated that we would like more time to review the emails and things that we've received so that we can think about it. So my preference would be that that everyone take the next couple of days to do that, and that we add this as an agenda item on Wednesday to come back to what it is. And so we're only delaying 2 days, then we put forth a decision, but it's kind of a new timeline. It's going to take more time, and I don't really think that was the major concern most people had. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
No comment.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I fully support asking our superintendent to continue to receive input as he continues to fine tune our plan, but I do not support delaying the timeline whatsoever.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Schallheim?
I have problems with both the components of the hybrid model and the timeline. I will support this motion, but I also think, and we don't need a motion in a second, we just need two board members to get this back on the agenda for Wednesday for further discussion. And I do agree that we all need that in order to read our emails properly and to consider what we've heard tonight. So I am going to support you, Ms. Antwine, but hopefully there's a second board member out there that would be willing to put this on the agenda for Wednesday, giving us a couple more days to read through our emails. So that would be my hope.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I need to just make a brief point of information. No offense to any board members. I know many of us are very familiar with our agenda policy. After its public publication of the final draft, which occurred last Friday, the next opportunity to place an item on the agenda, of course, we always love it when members share one another's information well in advance so that everybody can be well prepared as much as possible. Special sessions obviously boggle that up, of course. But our policy on the agenda does say that when we get to item 2.04, which is establish the agenda, at that time, any board member can make a motion. And then the second is the second person, I suppose. And by a simple vote of 5 board members can have it added on that day. So that is our process. And I think it sounded perhaps a little different. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to everyone, that we do the board member with a second prior to the final draft publication. And then that is why we adopt that final draft during the board meeting, and that is when that would occur. And that would be up to a board member to take that on at that moment in time during 2.04. Thank you. We're going to continue to proceed. Ms. Antwine, obviously, as the motion maker, is last. Mr. Gilliland, any comments?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ladd, any further comments?
No comment.
I have no comments either. Ms. Antwine, you have last comments before we go to vote.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I have no specified comments outside of this one. If you all take the time, you will see that the majority of the emails sent to us indicated that they wanted to have a say. And this motion would allow that say. And it would also give Dr. Arlotto and his staff the opportunity to consider what was said, introduce new considerations, and come back to us to complete the action that was given to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm going to repeat the motion. I move that the Board of Education directs Dr. Arlotto to go back and get input from the public, teachers, staff, and others for the Board of Education to consider for a new timeline. Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
No.
Mr. Lai.
No.
Ms. Corkadell.
No.
Motion fails 3-5.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes item 2.03 on the agenda, 2.02, I should say. I don't have it in front of me, I have to admit. Okay. All announcements have been made. So at this time, I guess we will see everyone tomorrow evening. And that concludes tonight. And see everybody tomorrow. Thank you. I realized I was muted. So